Smashing. You're live. Hi guys, time to gather round now if you can. Thanks very much. I'm speaking into the microphone because it's all being recorded onto the computer, so if you forget something that Dave says, don't worry, you can watch it back later. But if you want to literally come gather around the desk, that would be superb. Grab your drink. Just a little bit of etiquette for today. Dave's very kindly said, if you've got questions, you can put your hand up and say, Dave, can you just recap that for me? Or, can you explain that a bit better for me? That's absolutely fine. If you've got about 6 questions all in your head all at once, do a little bit of weighing up and think, shall I interrupt or shall I write these down on my phone and ask them later? It's entirely up to you. Dave says he's really easygoing. It's good to have those questions so that he knows where you guys are at, because, of course, we're all at different levels of learning. Other than that, it's basically Dave's radio. So any questions before we start about anything at all? No? All happy? Great. And like I say, it's all being recorded, so you can watch it back later. Just stick your hand up if you have any questions. If you need to take a phone call or go to the loo, just carry on. All right. Over to Dave.
I was just saying, I'm really pleased. There are very many of you. This is lovely. I've been to a lot of churches recently where there's been like 3 people, and they've been like, we just can't get anyone to do sound. So well done for being here. You're here, and that means you're interested. And in my book, that's the same thing. Yeah. Names will be taken at the end. As Alex says, hello, I'm Dave. I come from SFL, who are a company that do sound, amongst other things, and supplied you with many of the things currently hanging in your building. I split my time between going out and mixing shows all around the country, Europe and the world, and the other half of my time I spend teaching lovely people like you, everything from basic sound all the way through to complex networking and things like that. I love questions. I love derailments. I think they're great. This day is all about you guys learning what's relevant to you and what's relevant to here. So if you have questions, opinions, you're not sure, you think, shut up, we don't care about that, just tell me, right? The more you guys input, the more we can steer this in a way that's relevant and helpful, I hope. Is that all the things I need to say? Yeah, but because I love interruptions, does anyone have a thing they would love to get out of today?
Why is that yellow light always flashing?
Love it, there you go. Right, number 1, why is that yellow light flashing? So, great, that's one. Anyone, like, literally, it can be the simplest thing.
How do you make the band sound?
Yeah, making the band sound better. Love that.
Sound crew over here, band people over there.
No one so far has gone with how do we turn it on, so...
Tomorrow I'll be operating this desk for the first time, having operated the old one before.
Excellent.
So, but then someone else would have started it. So I don't need the start button, but I would just like to make sure I can do it in time for the 11 o'clock service.
Love it. Amazing. Well, no, I don't do the sports ball, so I don't have an opinion there. Good. Well, what we've just done, without you realising it, for any teachers in the room, is aims and objectives. Well done us, that was good, wasn't it? And it almost felt like fun for 5 minutes. So, my game today is I am going to take you through kind of some of the layout, structure, what the buttons do, where we find things, so we have some familiarity with this. As we go through, we'll learn some things about how we might manipulate some of the tools in the console to be able to manipulate our sounds a bit better, and then hopefully the game is we will do some nice hands-on, we'll all have a go, we'll play some things, hear some things, and we'll have lots of opportunity for questions, including why does the yellow light flash? So, some of you have had a go on the new desk, some nods, some shakes of heads. Amazing, great. The good news is you've come from a place of relative familiarity because you've come from one digital console to another digital console. Sometimes I go to churches where they've come from a small analog desk that is this big, and suddenly they're here, and they go, where have all the knobs gone? So you guys are in a slightly better place because you've only been used to this kind of quantity before anyway. But the big upside to what you had before is we have this lovely big colour screen, and unlike what you had before, it's a touch screen. This is good. The reason I always mention this is because you're going to find a lot of the power of stuff is in the screen. Generally, if we're not sure, we're going to come back to the screen a lot. It's quite intuitive. There are some people who are at least as young as me in the room, luckily, so you will be the kind of people that like doing things like dragging things on touchscreens. Some of us won't, and will like doing things like playing with things with knobs. That's okay. Analog generation, digital generation, we're all here, we're fine. But as I say, the screen's kind of a good place for us to start. So the big difference to perhaps some of the consoles we're used to, less so for you guys, is we're living in a world now with this console where we're not thinking in vertical strips anymore, right? Hopefully some of us remember analog consoles where we lived in a very vertical world. Now we're starting to reduce the amount of controls, because what we have here is a 48-channel console, which would be about this big in an analog world. So we've shrunk it down, and that means we've had to sacrifice some controls. So we have to start thinking about compacting things on top of each other and finding them in different places. So the one way I'll encourage you, first of all, to start thinking about getting around this desk is by thinking about what you want to achieve and what you want to do it to. So that can be as simple as, I want to turn the vocals up. What we want to achieve, what we want to do it to. Well, that's pretty simple, because vocal 1, we can turn vocal 1 up. That's kind of pretty similar to what we were used to. Except, today, right now, that's vocal 1. If I press that button, it's not vocal 1 anymore. Because we've started to stack our faders in layers. Because we don't have, for our 48-channel console, 48 faders, we have 24. So we're starting to build these things in these fader layers. So we have to start looking around the console a little bit more to find what we want. So even though I want to turn vocal 1 up, seems nice and easy, sometimes we have to think a little bit further about where that might be. So then we want to start doing other things to our channels. We're going to start dealing with this section here. Now this has got some controls that are hopefully going to be relatively familiar to us. We've got some preamp gain. We've all used that before. We've got high pass. We've probably all used some version of that before. We've got some EQ. We've got that kind of concept, but we've only got one. Similar to your LS9 you've had before, there's only one set of controls. So that's where we have to start thinking about what we want to do and what we want to do it to. So we're thinking vocal 1 again. We want to deal with vocal 1. We'd like to make the gain on EQ different. We want to turn up the preamp or turn down the preamp. So we have to start thinking about where we're going to do that. So we're having to find vocal 1. And the big thing here is we're going to press the select button. This nice green select button here lights up nicely, and the clue we've got it right is up here. It's going to say vocal 1 for us. So we know now we're affecting vocal 1. So all of this stuff, all of these controls now are targeted to vocal 1. That sounds very simple. I make this mistake all the time, in the same way I'm sure you will. You select vocal 1, you're doing your thing, you're mixing, and then you think, yes, the bass guitar, I want to do something to that. So you're playing with the fader and you think, I just need to reduce the lows on that a little bit. So you go to the EQ. We're still on vocal 1. We've just made a big old change to vocal 1 because we didn't come over and select bass before making that change. I would suggest to you that I probably do that multiple times a week. Because in the heat of it, you're running through, you think you're on the bass, I just want to, or you think you left it selected, you didn't, or you've selected something else. So it's always just worth thinking, what are we targeting, and then what are we going to do to it? So, talking of, these controls. Preamp gain. That's where we start, because it makes sense. It's top left, right? We all live in a British world. We start the book at the top left of the page, right? So we start with preamp gain. Now, why does preamp gain matter? What is a preamp? Maybe we should go there. When we have a microphone on stage, it spits out a tiny, tiny little electrical signal. We need to apply some amplification to that to get that up to a nice usable level, right? Generally, our mics are going to put out something like neg 70, neg 60 dBVU, or dBV RMS, and we like those signals to be closer to 0, right? dBU. That's what our preamp does, it amplifies them up. Now, if we don't use any preamp gain on that microphone, and we instead turn the faders all the way up, turn the master all the way up, turn the PA all the way up, worst case, we can't get enough signal out of the mic, because it's very quiet. Better case, we get enough signal, but it's going to be really, really noisy. Let's go the other way. Let's say we just go, well, more gain is better. Let's crank the gain up on every single channel, run everything up. What we're going to do there is we're going to get what these days we call clipping. Once upon a time we used to call distortion, peaking, whatever you like. It sounds pretty horrible. That's going to give us that distorted thing that guitar players love and the rest of us hate. I say that as a guitar player. So what we want is to be getting our gain in the right place. The reason I labour this point is, and my old boss used to say this, if you get your gain structure right across every input, you've just made the rest of your life pretty easy. In theory, if we get a good gain structure on every input, we should be able to do something like this. Turn that down. We should be able to do something like this, have all our faders somewhere near, and then our balancing is going to be these little small increments. Rather than, if our gains are all over the place, we're going to end up with this ridiculous mix that looks lots like this, and we're going to be making huge, huge sweeping changes. So it's important to get our gains somewhere near the right place. So how do we do that? Let's pick vocal 1, because it's a good case in point. Now, there's a couple of places we can look at what's coming in. The first, always existent but quite unhelpful place, is this little wee LED down here. And this does a sequence of very special and very unhelpful colours that one day you will eventually learn. I don't understand where they got blue from. I've never seen blue on a console before, but they like it. Broadly, it's like a heat map, right? So blue is kind of cold, green is warm, orange is hot, and red is bad, you know. However, it's one tiny little LED and it sort of weirdly fades between colours. It's not that helpful. So, when we look at our Vocal 1 channel, we're going to see up here, and it is quite wee, so you might need to put your glasses on if you're of a certain age. We can see this little meter here. And that is quite helpful, because that has a lot more resolution, and we can all understand a meter is going like this. And they even put a helpful little line on it about there, which is where we're aiming for. And that's lovely, but that's very small. So let's make that a bit bigger. What we can do is we can press this PAFL button, and suddenly, this big meter up here comes up. Hey, that's a lot better, isn't it? Big fan of that. Let's use that. So if I just take the gain up on this, if I turn it all the way down, so this is very low gain, this is not enough gain, we're just tickling the bottom of this meter. That's a pretty bad place to be. If I give it some more, we're going to find that as we approach 0, we're still in the green, but as we go over 0, we're getting orange lights. Hey, we're back to heat maps again, right? Personally, not a big fan of heat. Orange heat warnings, I'm out usually. Let's find some aircon. Same difference. And as we keep going, eventually, if I can make it do it, we're going to get some red lights. Red, much like traffic lights, bad. So we're looking generally, when we're setting our gains, for our average signal to be somewhere around this 0 mark, right? The point we go from green to orange. Now, this doesn't have to be the world's most precise thing. There's a range, right? There's a pocket. Clearly, we don't want to be down here. We don't want to be up here. Somewhere in the kind of middle is a good place to be. Obviously, as we know, musicians have this bad habit of like playing loudly and quietly all the time. I think they call it dynamics or some rubbish like that. Clearly, if we set the gain when the keyboard player's doing their worshipful moment, they've got the pad, nothing else is going on, and then they decide that it's very important that they should lay in with both hands, obviously that's going to be a lot louder. So we have to kind of choose a point that we're going to set our gain at. So, funnily enough, here's a great example. Our vocalist has just got overexcited and suddenly is quite loud. So I'm now going to kind of back this off and get to somewhere. Now, how should we decide when to do this and how to do this? Well, I'd suggest to you, at the start of every Sunday morning, before the band get over carried away, start doing the 24 songs they've got planned before they cut it down to the 3 they're actually allowed to do. We should do what we would call a line check. Now, purpose of a line check, couple of main things. Number one, it means that we're all together when we start. We all start at the same time. We all run through and make sure we're all together. Everyone's plugged in, we have to be there. Second and really important thing, line checks make sure everything works. It's really important because just because the bass guitar worked last week doesn't mean the bass guitar will work this week. Because they have this bad habit of like messing around with their pedals and stuff during the week and forgetting to put batteries in their acoustic guitars and standing on their jack leads and trapping them in the car door and things like that. So just because it worked last week doesn't mean we should assume it works this week. So the great thing about a line check is the very first thing we do at 9 o'clock or whenever we turn up is we check it all works. The good news about this is it gives us some time. If we don't find out it doesn't work till 5 minutes before the service, we probably can't do anything about it. But if we find out it doesn't work as soon as we get here, then we have some time. Maybe we can swap a jack lead. Maybe someone can go and get a battery from Tesco's and put in the acoustic guitar or whatever. Although probably not on Sunday morning, to be fair. So that's useful. The third thing is it gives us, the sound engineer, the ability to have some dedicated time to get things like gain set, to check it sounds right, and to make sure we're comfortable before the cacophony of the band starts and someone starts asking us about, oh, I've got my slides, and they know it's not you, but they still want to ask you, and well, I was thinking about doing a question and answer session, and so can we have a handheld, and all of that stuff happens. So I'd love to encourage you to start thinking about starting with a line check.
Can I just really quickly say that you're saying that very gently and very kindly. Am I understanding right? We absolutely must definitely do that. Yeah. Is that a fair way of understanding it?
I'm saying it very gently and kindly because I realise that for some churches, losing 10 minutes of the band rehearsal to a line check is a disaster. But it will improve. Yeah. Well, the thing for me, and this is how I generally sell this, I always advertise this as a bonus for the sound engineer, but it's actually a significant bonus for the band as well, because it gives you time to make sure that your things work. Whilst you're having to play the keyboard for 2 minutes, we can check that everyone else can hear the keyboard. We can check that your patch is right. You haven't accidentally taken all the reverb off or panned everything left or whatever. So it's a general win for everyone, right, line checking. So how do we start a line check? Number one, I start by saying hello to the band. Because, believe it or not, they are people. It is hard to believe, but they are people, and they do have feelings. And I like to start by building some level of relationship with them. So I tend to go up and say, hi everyone, great to see you, how was your week? Just to let you know, we're going to line check at 9 o'clock in 5 minutes, whatever. So if everyone could be ready, that'd be great. That gives them warning, because bands need warning, right? Because they do this thing where they turn up, they sort of throw their stuff on stage, and then they go for coffee, and then they have a chat about the latest guitar pedal and some other nonsense, and they're generally late. No one yet has chosen to fight me on this, so clearly there are some home truths here. I say this, I spent a lot of my life playing in church bands. I was guilty too. So we start by saying we're going to line check at this time, everyone be ready. Clearly, we need to be ready at this point. We need to have the desk turned on and we need to be in a good place. So then, what I'm going to do when we're there is I'm going to take control and I'm going to say, I'm going to ask everyone to play in turn. Please don't play unless I've asked you to. Some band members will have more trouble with this than others. Guitar players and drummers, I'm looking at you. Sometimes I have to remind them. Sometimes I use a level of sarcasm and say, just the piano, please. But you can do that however you like. So what I'll do is I'll ask everyone to play in turn. And this doesn't have to last for hours and hours, right? It's quite a useful thing just to have a quick run through. And so it doesn't really matter where you start. I tend to start on the left of the console because my brain works from left to right, and that way I find it easier not to accidentally forget and make mistakes. And so I'll say, hey drummer, hey John, can you just play the bass drum for me for 2 minutes? And so I'll know we're dealing with the bass drum, and so I'll simply grab the bass drum channel, because we don't care about the bass drum, so I'm going to do select. I'm going to bring it up, and you go, we can hear the bass drum, good start, it works. Then I'm going to look at my gain. So I'm going to just kind of finesse this gain in. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Great, I've got a gain. That's step one. Really nice and easy, okay? I'm going to think, whilst I'm doing this, about the kick drum operator. And I'm going to think, is this reasonable? Clearly, if he's sat there playing us and he's tickling the bass drum, this process is a waste of time, right? So I might say, hey, just give me service level. And suddenly, there we go, it's more useful. But so I'm just thinking about, does it sound right? I'm listening to it, does it sound reasonable? Does it sound like a bass drum? Is there anything weirdly wrong with that? No? Sounds like a bass drum. Okay, cool, winning, we're there, right. So the second thing I'm going to do at line check time is I'm going to move down one step and I'm going to use this, the high pass filter. Now, historically, we've always called this a high pass filter. Some manufacturers have called this a low cut filter, and that might help you to think of it a little bit more helpfully. What this filter's doing is it is cutting the low end frequencies from the signal and allowing the high end frequencies to pass, hence a high pass. So if I just demo this for you on something like a vocal, it's now not going to sing, is he? I'll do it on a bass guitar. So, the high pass filter, to all intents and purposes, is not doing anything right now. If I punch this button that says in, it's now literally not doing anything. It's not inserted, it can't do anything. So I'm going to turn it on, I'm going to make sure it's on, and I'm going to roll this up. So what I'm doing is I'm increasing the frequency at which the high pass is working. So as I start doing this, this is like doing a line check with a real band. So as I roll this up, we should start hearing the low part of the signal go away. And we're getting tinier and tinier, right? Until we're all the way up at 2 kilohertz now, and there's almost nothing useful coming out of there. So, why do we care about cutting some of that low signal out of our inputs? Well, inputs by and large tend to have more low end than we want, because microphones are very good at picking up all the way down to the bottom end of our hearing range, right? Humans, most of us are going to hear down to about 20 hertz, 25 hertz, something like that. There is nothing on a band stage that produces 20 hertz. Bold statement, unless you're doing drum and bass acts, generally. If you're doing some crazy electronic dance music stuff, there probably is some crazy synth that can do that. But for most band stuff, there is nothing down there. But because mic manufacturers think that we want our microphones to be full range, they create microphones that can pick up down to 20 hertz. Well, the problem is, if anything in this building is producing 20 hertz, it's not what we want. It might be a lorry going past and rumbling. It might be the wind. Trains, of course. Yeah, I heard one earlier and I was like, it's like being in London. But yeah, exactly right. They'll do rumbly stuff which we don't want. It could be as simple as people walking across stage. That produces a lot of low frequency content. Now, one, amplifying that is just bad because we don't want it. Two, amplifying that will eat headroom in our PA or our live stream mix or whatever. It uses up usable space that we want for stuff we don't care about. So high pass filters enable us to really, really clean up our input signals. They're super powerful. If we did a mix with no high pass filters whatsoever, it'd be quite a messy mix. Just roll some high passes in only, we start clearing it up a bit. See if our vocalist is singing again. So no high pass filter. If I now roll it in, I'll take it out. And in. There's quite a lot of low frequency stuff going on in that, isn't there, when we don't have a high pass filter in? Well, if we have that in every input, it all adds together and suddenly all that mush is across our whole mix. That is about 155. The numbers aren't very important. I'm very anti-numbers. The reason for this is every mic is different, every instrument or singer is different, every PA is different, every church is different, every day is different. The way I'll encourage you to do this is the way I've just done this. So I'll start with my high pass filter effectively out, and then I'll start rolling it in. I'm just increasing the frequency it's working at until, so useless. I'm going to keep rolling until something I want goes away. So for me, that voice has just gone a bit thin. Actually, I feel there was some low-end warmth there that I liked that's gone away. So I'm going to come back now until that low-end warmth comes back. I think it's back now. We'll repeat the same process. I'll go up. Too much. Come back down. I think that's there. Let's do that with something else. Let's do that with something like acoustic guitar, hopefully. So no high pass at all. It's quite kind of woofy in the low end, that. So let's roll in. It's getting better. Now something's gone away. I think that's worse now. So I'm going to go back until it comes back. That feels better to me. I like that. Now we can check. I'm a big fan of better or worse, right? You know when you go to the opticians and they do that thing, they're like, better with one, better with two. I spend my life at the opticians. Sometimes that's really hard to tell, but sometimes it's night and day, isn't it? You know for sure, so much better. Well, we can do that, right? We can use this in button to do that. Better with, better without. So with, without, with, without, with. For me, that's a definite improvement with. But it's a useful sanity check, because let's say we'd gone we've gone a bit overboard. With, without. With, without. It's quite a useful thing to be able to go, oh, do you know what? Actually, I'm making that worse. The adjustment I have made has made that worse. And I like to think I'm humble enough, about once a week, to think that I might have made it worse. So it's a really useful tool, trying that with, without thing.
But can I, so sorry, just to add then, so you said at the start of that like everybody's different, and the vocal is different, and people's strum patterns are different, and
Yeah.
systems are different. So, am I right in understanding letting someone else line check a different mic just for the sake of checking that it works is fundamentally a useless exercise, and actually you should be line checking your own instrument?
Yes.
And like definitely never just leaving the presets from last week and assuming that the person hits the drum the same way the other guy does.
Yeah, I think it's, two questions. Different people. Clearly, line checking with the wrong person is better than not line checking.
Yeah.
Because if you don't line check it, you don't even know it works. It's better to do it with the right person. Would I leave things from last week? If I have a choice, no. Because different people play differently, different drummer, different sticks, whatever, different vocalist, they're going to be different. Now, you're going to find a lot of the time that they're going to be pretty similar. I don't think you're going to be moving a high pass week on week by 200 hertz. You're going to be into little tweaks, right? And so, if I was short on time, maybe I'd leave them and I'd let that be the lesser of two evils. But if I have time, yeah, I'm going to have a quick look and just see, down a bit, up a bit, where should we want to be? And so, yeah, this is why it's really important to have, when we're line checking, people playing as they will in the service, right? You know, if the keyboard player's busy scrolling Instagram with one hand and only playing with their right hand, that's not going to work, because we're going to set high pass really high, and then they're going to give us lovely left-hand bass, and we're not going to get any of that because we high passed it out. So sometimes we have to remind our colleagues at that end of the room to play as they would. So, go on. You definitely can do presets, yeah. There's a couple of different ways, but you can do them. So, yeah, you can set up presets for like, oh, it's Dave playing guitar today, it's John playing bass today. You can load them. I'll show you how to do that in a minute.
Sorry, while we're still on line check,
yes.
Presets. Two questions. One is hopefully a simple one. You said 0 dBu is the sort of...
Ideally, yeah.
How does the desk cope with something that puts out plus 4 dBu? How well does it cope? How does somebody set it up for that?
So the head amps on here will let you go effectively into negative. They eventually become a pad as well. So if you've got a plus 4 dBu input, then you can then trim that to below. It's effectively just digital attenuation at that point, but that's fine.
But how do you do that?
Oh, you literally just turn the gain down. So these inputs are actually, because they're coming in from my laptop, they're actually coming in at about plus 9 dBu. They're really, really hot. But so if I take something like this vocal, which is going a bit crazy, I can just gain that down to like negative 24, and I'm now getting like 40.
Right, so there's no special buttons to press, it is all on that.
Yeah, you don't need a pad button on these.
Because I have it on good authority that the previous desk we had couldn't cope with plus 4 dBu. There was no way to make it do that. So I would routinely fry all the inputs.
Yes, yeah. So with those, the head amps have less of a usable range. These have a significantly more usable range, so you can come down on them.
They can always turn me down.
Yeah, for sure. Or indeed off.
Second question regarding sort of the practicality of the line check. By the way, I'm a huge fan of doing that.
Yeah.
People might think I'm not, but I am a huge fan of doing it. However, okay, if we've got a silent stage up here, basically.
Yes.
So I have an instrument that makes no noise unless I'm getting some foldback.
Yeah.
So, but the wisdom is we've got to do the line check before I can give you any foldback. Now, if you're doing the line check and you want to know about what frequencies I'm playing and everything else, then a lot depends on how I strum,
for sure.
what pedals I'm using, everything else. If I don't have any foldback, I can't tell what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So what I'm usually sending to the desk for all that nice frequency mixing is rubbish. I'll use won't use a shorter word than that. Complete rubbish, perhaps I'll say. So unless I can hear what I'm producing, I'm not producing the right signal to
Yeah.
go with the desk.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's, I'd love to get your advice on how to resolve that, but that seems to be a weekly discussion. Can I have some sound? No, I'm doing the line check. Yeah, but can I have some sound? No, I'm doing the line check. Can I have some sound?
Yeah.
So please help us.
Yes. So it is the perennial discussion. It is tricky. I always, when I go up and say hello to them, how's your day, whatever, I always say, hey, just bear with me as we go through. And I mean that in two ways. One is, bear with me, this might take 10 minutes and I know you all want to get on with rehearsing. The other way I mean is, bear with me, it might take a minute for me to get some signal to you guys and so you can hear it. So anything you can do to aid that process from both sides is really important, right? So if that means you're a keyboard player and you don't have any sound, we can all probably bash out 4 chords without hearing ourselves. So start by doing that to help the sound engineer. Equally, as the sound engineer, the quicker we can get something back to the band, the better they can help us, right? It's one of those wonderful circles where if we both try as hard as we can, we get a better result. Now for you guys, because you're taking your ME1 in ears from the direct out to the desk, as soon as we're starting to get gain in and stuff, as long as we're unmuted, you will have sound back in your ears. Now, I generally advise, as soon as we're roughly happy with the gain on the fader, the gain on the meter, I will generally keep things unmuted and start bringing them in. I'll often start in mute, right, especially if I'm unsure, you know, if we've got something that could be really, really hot. Because what happens if we have, you know, an input and it's absolutely raging, and we just unmute that, send that to the in-ears, that's fried everyone's ears, right? And so I'm always trying to avoid that. So I'll often start just in mute, just get somewhere near, and I'll go, yeah, that's okay, it's near enough. Unmute, get it in their ears as soon as possible. That way they can hear, we can hear. They'll mind, also that's the other thing, they'll mind playing a lot less, right? Bands mind playing a lot less when they can hear themselves, because most musicians enjoy the sound of their own instrument. Not all of them, but most of them do. So, yeah, I'd always encourage, basically, as soon as we've got the gain somewhere near that preamp, I get that channel out of mute, get some sound going. Because also, I want to hear that in the PA. We can't make this sound-based decision about a high pass if we can't hear it. So we need to get it in the PA. To do that, we need to have it unmuted. Bonus for you, as soon as it's unmuted, it's in your ears. So the quicker we can get to that process, the better, right? And as a general note with line checking, as I talk about this today, this process will seem like it's going to take 45 minutes. As you start doing it, this process will seem like it's taken 12 hours. It won't, it might have taken 20 minutes. As you do it more and more, you get quicker, you find your way quicker, the band get better behaved, you find your way around the desk quicker. This process takes 5 to 10 minutes, and it's really reasonable. The first few times this will take a long time, and this is where we have to get some love going between the two ends. The band have to have some patience, and you have to feel that. There's nothing worse as an engineer than a band standing there going, we've got to rehearse, come on, can't you hurry up? So it's important that we all buy into the same process. As a bonus for the band, that line check's a really useful time for you to start building your in-ear mixes, checking you can hear things. Because as the keyboard player starts playing, you think, oh, is that, oh, I'll have a bit more of that, or, oh, hold on, it's all on the left, have I pan? And you can start building. So it can actually be really useful, and I find that a good line check where the band are engaged and building their mixes as we go actually means you're going to stop less during rehearsal to tweak monitors.
Sorry, one more, because you've really got me going now.
Yeah, go on.
So, I mean, this is really for the people in the bands, not for the sound team. I mean, everything that I'm hearing you say this morning makes absolute 100% sense. And I think we'd have, so I'm a little bit prophet crying in the wilderness, I know, but I think we'd have a lot better services on Sunday if we agree that the time before the service belongs to the sound engineer. And it's for line checking, it's for doing all of these things. And the time for practicing happens before the Sunday.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Do you guys do rehearsals in the weekday as well?
Never.
Fine.
And that creates all the tension on Sunday mornings,
Yes.
because we are fighting for the time. And I believe
Yeah.
that Sunday morning should be for the sound person. And then maybe when that's all perfect, we practice the beginnings and the ends of the songs, maybe some transitions. If there's anything funny been thrown in by the service leader, we can accommodate all of that. But the actual what notes do I play, I think needs to be taken care of before the Sunday.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I'd love to hear some feedback from the band members on that question.
I'd agree, right? I think I always advise one or two things. One is, if you can, have a week evening rehearsal. I say that as a person that, at the moment, can't play in the band at church because I can't make weekday evening rehearsals. There's some delicious irony for you. But have a weekday evening rehearsal, super useful. It enables you to not only practice for Sunday, it also enables you to do things like build team and start working on other skills and training people in and all that really cool stuff. If you can't do that, what I recommend generally is split the time before the Sunday service. So Sunday service is at 10:30, the band come in at 9 o'clock, do 9 till 10, 7. Split it up, say 9 till 9:20, that's line check, that's getting mixes sorted, 9:20 till 9:40 is rehearsal or whatever. I think even if it means moving the band call 10 minutes, 15 minutes earlier, having that kind of segregated this is line check time, for a couple of churches I know, has been really, really powerful.
That would work because for the 9 o'clock, we come in at 8 anyway, and there's normally only 3 or 4 musicians at the most at the 9 o'clock, so the line check won't take that long. And for the 7 o'clock, we turn up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, don't we? And then sit around and chat for hours. So there is actually enough time to do it on Sunday. It's only the 11 o'clock is the problem.
It's the 11th the problem, because that's the reason we moved band rehearsal earlier for 7, was because usually it's a bigger band, or the same size as the 11, and it's often more songs in the morning, and so it takes longer to line check and longer to practice. But it's 11 that is the one that could do
the time pressure, because they don't get out until 10.
It's totally manageable though, I think, isn't it? So midweek practices if we need to. We all want to offer the best worship we can, don't we? So we make the sacrifices we have to make, that's fine. Also, it's manageable by doing things like having a smaller pool of songs that we use regularly and having a playlist so that we can all be really familiar with them, so that when we turn up to practice them, they're songs that we know well, and so actually rehearsing them doesn't take as much. We don't have to play them exactly the way they are on a record, but if we know the songs better, it's much easier to play our parts and do them well. The other question that I wanted to ask, if that's all right, is just to go back to when you were talking about line checking the individual lines. Obviously, you mentioned get the musician to play service level. Yeah. Is that the best level, or do you, because in a non-worship environment, I was always taught to play basically the loudest you're likely to play, so that we can find at the point at which you peak, and then we sort of tailor it around that. And once we're then practicing at service level, then they can sort of tailor it still.
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on how much dynamic variation is. I tend to find in contemporary worship music, there isn't generally that significant a variation between the average and the peak, purely because if you suddenly get 3 times louder, the old ladies in row 12 start screaming, right? So I tend to find for contemporary church music, it's kind of okay, right? Like that kind of service level. We're living in a world where we've got, if we're at 0, right, we've got about 15 dB of headroom, probably actually about 18 really above that, before we start getting anywhere near that kind of nasty clipping stuff. Chances are, if you're laying down service level and your peak is 18 dB above that, I'd suggest your service level probably isn't service level. Generally I tend to find most musicians, the difference between I'm playing my guitar and I've got so excited I want to put my hand through the strings and punch my knuckles on the E string every strum, is only actually that's 5-6 dB usually. So you've got enough headroom kind of built in for that. I think it's just easier to get people to imagine what service level is, because otherwise you get the thing where you've got a student up from the uni who is actually in a heavy metal band, but they also happen to love Jesus, and that's cool, right? And so you say, play the loudest you can, and they're playing the kick drum like this, standing up out their seat, because that's what they do at a gig, right? And then you say, they play during service, and it's all very polite because they realise that the Ethelred, who's 87 and sits in the back row, isn't a fan of the drummer standing up and putting the foot through the kick drum.
But I guess service level is maybe more especially for drummers, the highest level song in the set, rather than be still to the presence of the Lord.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if service level is you doing this, it's probably still service level, but maybe it's choosing the song that you do.
Yeah, for me it's the opener or the closer or whatever that.
Not the song that you're not playing in.
It's we welcome you with praise, not immortal and invisible.
The big exchange I have is actually with vocalists and mic technique, in that you can come across very quiet, and then you suddenly actually use the mic as designed to use, and you come across much louder.
Yes.
I don't know if we're covering that at all today, but just getting a good technique into the mic.
Yeah, I love to talk about that. Because it's, for me, that's all part of this same process, right? In the same way, if I'm listening to that kick drum during line check and I think, that sounds terrible, sounds like there's a blanket over it or something, I'm going to go, that's not right. We're in my time. I can do something about this. So I'm going to walk down there and I'm going to look and I'll see what's going on. And maybe the mic's fallen over and it's on the floor and it's 3 feet away. That process is part of my line check. Yeah. If it doesn't sound right, I've got to do something about it. And if I've turned off everything I've done, the gain's right, I've turned the high pass off, I've turned the EQ off, and it's wrong, I'm going to start looking for other causes, right? And that's why having my protected line check time is really useful, because it means I can say, oh guys, sorry, I just need everyone to stop so I can go and have a look at that mic. Same with vocalists, right? If I get a vocalist, I fade it up and it's be still for their presence, I'm going to look to fix that problem. And spoiler alert, the fix to all the problems isn't in the box. The fix to the problems can be physical, like the night's fallen over, or it can be social. It can be, sometimes we need to encourage our players to play up or play down. You guys are pretty lucky because you've got the full drum cage and whatever. Sometimes one of the most significant things I do in a line check is I go and have a chat with the drummer and say, hey look, we're in a super lively room, you've got a huge kit, I am dying. Your first snare hit was louder than the whole service is going to be. So, I'd love it if we could just look at how you're playing, could we maybe dampen the drums a bit, or could you play slightly lighter sticks or whatever. And I'm mixing, but without a mixing console. I'm mixing using this tool. Same with vocalists, right? It's an important skill, but if you've not sung in a band before, you've not sung with a PA system before, how are you supposed to know what to do with this thing? Maybe you've watched Jules Holland, like I did. Somebody on New Year, can't think who it was. Self-Esteem on Jules Holland this year. I've mixed her before, she's lovely, right? The mic was here for the whole set. Now for them, that kind of works because she's this huge voiced singer, she sort of yells out and it's all kind of fine. It's a really quiet stage, they're all on in-ears, it's okay, right? She's not looking for a really big sound, she's looking for a kind of ethereal thing. But that's the only thing you've ever watched, that's the only time you've ever seen anyone use a mic and paid attention. You then turn up and start doing this. Except, rather than her, who can put out this serious level, you're a bit shy and you sing like this. What we're going to find is, with the best will in the world, the other stuff on stage is going to be as loud as you. So it doesn't matter how much we turn you up, we're just going to turn the noise floor up. So sometimes the social engineering bit is as important. To kind of go up, and I'll go and stand beside people and I'll go, are they really singing? Does it sound timid? Can I encourage them to sing up? And the way I do that is I say, hey, I love the harmony you're doing in that. It's so beautiful, that thing you're doing in that chorus, it's so good. Do you know what? I would love to hear a bit more of that. Sing that out. It's beautiful. Let's all hear it.
I don't want to sing up love, I can't hear you.
This is it, right? In the same way, I will never stand here and shout down there and go, turn your guitar out down! Because all that happens if I do that is he thinks I'm a knob. He's less likely to help me out. And so what happens generally is the volume gets turned the other way at that point, and I've lost, right? I go down and I say, oh, hey man, I love your tone. That part is really cool. Something positive. Look, I'm really struggling because your guitar amp is killing me out front. Hey, is there any chance that you can knock it down a bit? Or often I'll say, hey, could we turn it around? Could we point it sideways? Could we do something, right? But having that conversation in person reminds us both that we're people and we're trying to achieve the same goal, rather than standing here and yelling, "Oi, turn it down," where he thinks I'm a knob, I think he's a knob, we all have a bad day outright. Honestly, like I say this all the time, but the social engineering bit of what we do is as important as the technical engineering bit, right? A note on mic technique, because I've got this one in my hand. Broad church of many schools of thought, but fundamentally, distance from mic to mouth is directly proportional to signal to noise ratio, right? Any fans of maths, this is governed by a thing called the inverse square law. So,
Jonathan Orr. Yeah, Jonathan Orr. It's your vote.
Maths in here. That's the last time I mention maths, I hope. The relationship between distance and level is not linear. This little bit of distance makes, say, 3 dB difference. If I do the same amount of distance again, it's actually 6 dB. Same amount, double again. So every time we double the distance, we lose 6 dB, right? That means that the difference between this and this is really significant in terms of the level from my mouth at the mic. This is why we like headset mics, right? Because our headset mic is this close, 2 inches. Our lapel, if we've got a vicar in a dress and something whatever, is down here. That's 10, 12 inches. That's a substantially lower distance and therefore level ratio than our headset is. It's the same with vocalists. If we have nice tight vocal technique, we get lots of level, and we can then affect that in a positive way from the desk. But if we have something that's a non-starter, doesn't matter what we do here, we will always have lots of background noise, and we will always eventually have a gain before feedback problem.
And Dan, is also an issue I've had before where people had the music too far away when they're playing the keys particularly, and they're looking over there to do it, and then they're not in line with the microphone anymore, and you can't hear them.
And this is true of everything, right? If if that bass drum sounds terrible because the mic's on the floor, the mic's still near the bass drum, but the level has dropped significantly because it's gone away. So actually doing that kind of bit of having a look, having a listen, can we fix the problem, that end is really powerful, right? And the thing with vocalists especially is you will have to tell them once and twice and 3 times and 4 times, and eventually after about the 24th time they'll probably get it. It's not because they don't care. I promise you it's not because they don't care. It's because they're not thinking about this. They're thinking about the words, or they're thinking about which song is next, or they're thinking about what the spirit's doing, or they're thinking about will the chicken burn in the oven for lunch, or whatever. They're just not thinking about this, because that's not the most important thing in their world at any one time. It is the most important thing in our world at any one time. So that's why it's, we have to remind. And finding the loving, gentle ways of doing the remind is super, super powerful, because if all we're ever doing is yelling down at them, stick the mic in your mouth, it becomes a negative process, right? Whereas we build a positive process where we say, hey, your vocals sound great today, that harmony's doing great. Could you just pop on the mic a bit tighter for me? It's a really, really powerful thing to do. And I say, I always find that gets us a much, much, much better result, both in the short and long term. Chiefly because I'm quite lucky. A lot of the time I mix bands, I see them for the day, I mix them for the day, and then I don't see them for 3 years, and they have completely forgotten who I am and how much of an arse I was. Bad news, you will see each other every week. It's a lot harder to forget how someone spoke to you when you see them every week. I would always advise people are people, right? I was saying this earlier, it's an aside, but it's one of the things I say a lot about church tech. The more this, and you guys are clearly doing well because you're all here, the more this is one team, the more effective we all are. Because fundamentally, they can be the best band that produce the best sound in the world, and all I have to do is that. Right? Doesn't matter how good you are, no one can hear you. But equally, I can be the best sound engineer in the world, I can be capable of churning out Grammy Award-winning mixes. If the people up there won't cooperate with me, they all crank their hands up and they'll sing 2 miles from right and we can't go, yoke ourselves equally. Biblical quote, what have I done there? I was literally talking to my boss yesterday. I was like, I get at least one in. There we go. But if we can't yoke ourselves equally, we'll never achieve a great result, right? And so I would say, especially when I'm encouraging people to do things like this line check process that takes a bunch of patience from everyone, let's remember that we're all trying to achieve the same thing, right? Fundamentally, I hope everyone in the whole building is trying to achieve the same thing, which is make a pleasing worship to God. But we, at both ends, are the leaders of that, and therefore we need to be the leaders of the culture as well.
Just one thing on mic technique, just as someone who often plays and sings, and as you say, looking at music or looking down to make sure that the bit I'm about to play is in the right place. When we do stuff with students, I often find, and me and Andrew both do it, we'll go and actually physically move their mic stands because they're concentrating so much, and we all do it, but when you're newer to it, you concentrate so much on what you're playing and what you're singing that you're not thinking as much about the fact that me stood back here can't actually hear them, and so actually sometimes it's worth going over to go, can we just move the mic stand, because actually it's almost even just a posture thing about where that is, and if you're playing something it's about where that goes, and so it's worth remembering that, I think.
Also making sure the stand that you use for the pianist is actually like a decent one, because often, especially with one of ours, it literally just like halfway through the song the mic's like here, so obviously you can't hear her.
It's really nice.
Happens, like every week.
It's nice when you just did like
yeah.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. Every blessing.
we set it up to do that. It's really funny.
At one point you're just hearing what I've had for dinner,
Also, and just talking about earlier about service level, I think like hopefully when we get a bit more trust, not that we don't trust the sound team now, but like when we get a bit more trust in people knowing how this works and between teams, like I personally think our service level should be higher, in like volume wise, like and how we play. So I often watch all the live streams, my dad always talks and says this a lot. Like everyone, not everyone, but most of us, including myself, are quite timid when we play, especially with guitar, especially with like it's kind of just like because like you're worried it's gonna be too loud, but like when we trust that the person on sound now will know exactly like how to do it, then we can actually play like properly, because also that will increase our worship as well. Like if we're like this and trying to focus on not being too quiet, we're not really playing to our full potential, and especially in drums, like then they won't feel like they have to be really timid because the rest of the band isn't very loud.
Sorry, that was me having my favourite joke about the fact that we're only an hour and a half in and we've effectively already broached the how loud should it be question. I sat on a panel at a conference about 18 months ago, Church Tech conference, and essentially it was an open Q&A, and the whole 45-minute panel turned into how loud should it be. I don't have an opinion. There you go. Yeah, for sure. There we go. But yeah, I would broadly agree with that.
What do you think?
We have people with noise meters in the congregation who tell us if it's too loud anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, the good news is everyone's got one on their Apple Watch.
Yes.
So. No, I'm not wearing one, so.
I know, exactly. Yeah, I just turned it up right down that for you. Yeah.
Dave, on mic technique, the orientation of the mic, how much difference does that make?
Oh, yeah, for sure, right? I haven't got an easy way of demonstrating this actually. Let me do this. Don't know if anyone, if some of you probably won't have seen this before. This is what your SM58 actually looks like without this bit on. Just a grill, just to stop bits of stuff getting in it. This is your capsule. This is what actually produces electrical energy from the acoustic energy you put into it, right? It's a transducer, that's what they do. It's exactly the same as a speaker, but in reverse, right? We apply electrical energy to a speaker and it turns it into acoustic energy, right? That's how that works. Well, it's the same difference in principle, right? Now, it's not too easy to see on these, but anyone who's ever seen the inside of a speaker cone, which most of you will have done, sort of this shape, right? I mean, we point them that way, generally at our people, and we understand that noise comes out in a broadly similar shape to the cone shape, right? Roughly. We all know as well that if we stand to the side of a speaker, so if we just turn that on and we all stand to the side over there, we don't get the same sound, right? We get a muddier sound. It's not as good. If we stand behind it, we get a much worse sound, right? Same physics. If we are perfectly in line with our capsule, we're getting the fullest, truest sound. If we start coming round to the side, in any direction, because we're in a spherical world, right, we start making a worse sound, right? This is why comedians have this terrible habit of doing this, and it sounds terrible. So they're all talking over the mic. I now can't. There we go.
I find there's a big difference, though, between someone talking and someone singing.
There is, right?
Someone singing, you know, they seem to need the microphone pretty close and pointing at
Yeah, because...
When you're talking, you get the sound of people spitting and saying their T's and S's, which make an impact.
Yeah.
This is letter P, especially in English, makes an impact. You get all these loud sounds coming through.
But the other thing is, as talkers, generally, we're quite frequency limited. In about half an hour, a bunch of you will start slightly tuning out the sound of my voice if I keep talking like this. And that's why I do. That's why I do little inflections like that. Because it keeps you interested. But we're quite band limited, right? Especially if we're less good talkers. I love the verb talker. Everyone keeps telling me, oh, you can't say talkers. I love talkers, right? Because we're all talking, right? That's what we're doing. If you have less good talkers, be they Bible readers, people doing contributions, they aren't programmed to vary their voice. So frequency-wise, they're really limited. So if we have a slightly poor mic technique on those, we don't tend to notice as much because we're using less frequencies. But as soon as we sing, we're deliberately manipulating pitch and creating a massively wider frequency spectrum. At that point, we're going to significantly notice a bad mic technique where, because it's not linear, right? Some sound comes out of our speakers on the sides, some sound gets into our mics on the sides, but it's not linear. So when we're singing, we notice it more, which is why I don't spend my entire life complaining at comedians who do this. I just sort of live with it. But singers, it does matter more. But you're absolutely right. Equally, if we do this, yes, we are getting the truest possible sound into our mic. But I don't know about you, I don't often go around listening to people with my ear 1 millimetre from their mouth. That would be weird. I do that to my 2-year-old niece, and that is about it, because she whispers, and by that I mean she breathes and slightly moves her mouth. So if we are, literally on the touching scale, we are going to get, as you say, some plosives, some kind of horrible mouth sounds, and some people are better at that and worse than that, right? I'm not too bad at it. Some people tend to, especially if they have nice big plump lips, tend to pop all their P's, and it's very unpleasant. What happens at that point is that plosive sound is it pops a puff of air. And essentially all that does is just lands over our mic, and we very truly reproduce that pop of air, and it's quite unpleasant, right? That's why when we use our headset mics, we tend to land them somewhere over here, right? Because they're not in the direct path of the air coming out of our mouth. If we put a headset here, it would be truly unpleasant. So, yeah, there's absolutely a balance to be found. What you will find is that if you watch television, You'll very rarely find an outside reporter with the mouth right here, because our tolerance for that stuff when we're watching telly is really small, right? So they tend to be sort of here-ish. And that tends to be what I would recommend generally. Something in this kind of territory. Down here, really poor. Touching, not super keen. Somewhere in the territory. It depends a lot on how much noise there is, how much background noise there is, how much we're amplifying it, right? The reason television can get away with a presenter holding a mic down here out of camera is because there is infinite gain before feedback, right? Because there is no PA. They don't have, that mic will never hear the reproduced sound of itself because the reporter is 100 miles away from your telly. If we do that here, all we're going to do is achieve feedback, right? Because the mic is hearing the sound of itself from the speakers and we end up with feedback. So, yeah, mic technique is one of those things that, you know, I could go on for hours and hours and hours about, but again, it's social engineering, right? We have to find a way of getting to kind of where we need to be through encouragement rather than necessary correction.
Just on that theme of encouragement, you haven't mentioned proximity effect. And I mean, I'm not a singer, I don't claim to be a singer, but the thing for people to know if they're not experienced with it is, if you have the mic up really quite close, it makes your voice sound way better. You get a really good bass boost. And
yes.
If you're like me, you're worried about you having a really singing voice, you can get it up close. It is incredible the difference it makes. And it gives you, the sound engineer, you know, you can use your bass cut if you need to, but it gives you so much more to play with. So I just encourage all the singers, get close as you can without popping everybody's ears.
Yeah, yeah. So for those that haven't caught that, proximity effect is an effect only with cardioid capsules. When you are very close to them, they exhibit a low-end boost, right? It's simply a fact of the way the air passes through a cardioid capsule. By cardioid, we mean directional. So pretty much every mic you have here is cardioid, I think. The way they achieve that directionality is they manipulate the way the air passes over the transducer. What that does, if you're very close to them, is achieves quite a chunky low-end boost, which is why generally, if someone's been like this and it's all very happy, and then suddenly someone comes on here, we get that huge kind of boomy, you know, voice of God sound, right? That can be a real positive, right? If we have a singer that is a bit weedy voice-wise, and they give us all that proximity, that can be a really nice thing. If we have a big, huge chap that's got a massive chest cavity and produces a lot of low frequency, and then they give us all that, that's going to achieve a really boomy sound, right? And so, can be a useful effect, can be an unhelpful effect. Managing that is important. It's one of the reasons I'm a real fan of in-ears, because if we're giving that sound nice and cleanly back to the vocalist, they start to understand that as they get closer and come further away, the sound changes. And that tends to be one of the more effective things for mic technique, because they go, oh, I can't hear myself. Eventually, they will put two and two together that they need to get close to the mic. It's very, very effective, because we live in a closed-off world of in-ears, right? When we're on floor monitors or we're just hearing the bounce around the room of the PA, that's a little bit less obvious. So, we're nearly at the point I would move on from a line check. We've got the band on stage, we've got them to play, we're hearing inputs, we've set a gain, we're happy, we're in a kind of good range, we've made sure we're unmuted so the band can hear themselves, we've turned the item up in the PA so we can hear it, that's a bad example, and we're starting to make some choices about, for instance, our high pass filter. The one thing you now have a unique opportunity to do that you won't have at any other point is make some big decisions about EQ. Because as soon as everyone else starts playing, it's all going to get a little bit muddier, it's all going to change. You don't need to do this now. For you guys, if you are on a fairly silent stage, you can do this once the band have started. But for me, I like the ability to do this a little bit at line check time, because I have the ability to get them to keep playing, so we don't have that annoying thing when they start, or they change, or whatever. So, EQ. I'm going to teach you a method of EQing. You may have your own method, feel totally free to do it how you like it. Fundamentally, all we're doing is we're listening and we're making changes in response to what we hear. I'm listening to this bass guitar. He's just playing for me, we're just in line check, and I'm analysing how I feel about it, right? Because the number one thing to realise is we, as the sound engineer, get to make aesthetic decisions. I like that word. We get to make some choices about how things sound. That's a bass guitar. I could just say, all right, that's a bass guitar, whatever, move on. But I can make some choices about that. I can listen to it and say, it's cool, but it is quite boomy. I think it would be better if it was less boomy, that bass guitar, right? I think that would be a better sound. So I can make a choice about that. Power. They can't sound good without us, we can't sound good without them. It's that thing, right? So, I decided this bass guitar, I'd like to make it a bit less boomy, right? So, I've already done some high pass, so my next tool is EQ, right? So on here, you've got a 4-band, fully parametric equalizer, much similar to the one you've had before. What that means is there are 4 chunks we can affect, positively or negatively. 4 bits of frequency we can go in and target, right? Now, because we're old-fashioned, we call them LF, LN, HM, and HF. Broadly, low frequency, low mid, and high frequency. Now, what you will discover quite quickly on here is these bands can move a very long way out of their way. So although this is the low frequency band of EQ, there I am affecting the high frequencies with it. Generally, I'd encourage you to try and keep these things roughly in the right order because it just makes them easier to manage. What they have done is helpfully colour code them for you. So you guys probably can't see this because it's a little way away, but they're purple, light blue, kind of cyan colour, dark blue and red, and they then tie up down here, you can see on the screen, the same colours. So it helps you a little bit. And as you make these changes, so if I make this change on this low band, you'll see that on the screen that's become purple, right? So we know that's going to be our purple. Now, in terms of physical control, there's 2 ways you can do this, right? There is the newfangled way and the old-fangled way. Oh yeah. The newfangled way is touchscreen, right? We all have a good touchscreen. Those of us who are in the kind of iPad generation. You can simply grab any point on here and drag it with your finger. In 2 dimensions, right? Raise and lower, up and, yeah, left and right. If you're like me and you actually prefer, you kind of can, but it's really, really finicky. I tend to find that I can do that about 1 every 20 times. I don't know whether there's a problem with my fingers or whether there's just some secret to it I haven't worked out yet. I tend to do width with the width knob. It's just a lot more precise. So, assuming you're not a touchscreen person and you like some good old-fashioned controls, we have those controls here. We've got gain, frequency, and width. 4 buttons here allow you to target these knobs to those 4 bands, right? Low, low, mid, high, high frequency. Let's briefly unpack a little bit about what these controls are actually doing, because some of us won't know, some of us will. Frequencies are kind of a key one, right? That's going to pick what frequencies within our sound we're going to affect. So, if we pick something like this guitar if he's playing, broadly, let's do that. So that's completely flat. If I do something like a high frequency, it's kind of the high end of the sound where the sizzle is. If I pick something kind of in the higher mids, that's that kind of nasally territory. Something in the low mids is generally going to be the kind of weight. We might call that boxy, tubby, that kind of sound. And then if I go somewhere down the low end, we're going to think of that as kind of the, the boom, I suppose. And so the frequency is going to target where we're doing it. The gain is clearly going to target how much. And we can see this visually. Screens are a blessing and a curse. They're a blessing in it enables us to visualise what's going on. They're a curse in that we tend to do things by looking at them rather than by listening to them, right? I have sometimes before, when doing specific training with a couple of my interns, gaffer taped over a screen. Because some of us, especially those of us who are perhaps a bit younger and a bit used to looking at information rather than listening to information, tend to, you know, decide what we think the shape of this should be. You know, we decide, oh, you know, well, it's a guitar, so it's going to need a bit of a low end. We're going to cut some of that out. We're going to cut some of that out, and we're going to do this big boost hit. Just going to. It's not terrible, is it? But it's not great. It's better, but if I were to do this process actually listening, it would be more effective. So, talking about how I would do this process.
Can we just say what width is in terms of...
So width is the one I always talk about last because it's the least important of all of them. Width is how wide or narrow we're making that filter, or more usefully, how many frequencies we're affecting. If we have a really narrow band, we're only going to affect a few frequencies with the manipulation we're making. If we have a really wide band, we're going to affect a lot. So if I just demo this for you, if I take this band here and I narrow it down, I'll just find something. I've made a very minimal difference there. I'm only affecting a few frequencies. If I widen this band of EQ up, I'm affecting more and more until, with that one band of EQ, I'm now affecting the entire mid-frequency of that guitar. Whereas with a narrow band, I'm affecting very little of it. Width is the least important of all of them, right? So if you're running out of time or you're not sure, that's the one I would ignore. Gain and frequency are going to get you in a much better place, much, much quicker. So let's talk about how I would actually do this. Who is 100% sure that they can decide when they've made something better? Some people are thinking maybe, you know, doesn't matter whether it's a thing at home, a thing in life. It's hard to decide when we've made something better, empirically better, right? Who's good at working out when something's worse? We all are, right? We can all empirically say that is worse than before. We're good at knowing when we've made a thing bad. We're less good at making a thing good. So, the way I'll encourage you to do this is to make it really bad. Thought in the madness. So let's listen to this guitar. What don't I like about this guitar? What could be better? It's a bit kind of jangly, rattly to me. That strum thing, like, it's nice, but it's quite oppressive. I'm not really enjoying it. So I'd like to do something about that. That's the thing that's most important to me, how I can make that sound better, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a band of EQ. Now I know that broadly, that jangly, strummy sound is somewhere in the sort of high end of the acoustic, right? So I'm going to pick, say, my high mid band, because we know it's somewhere there. And I'm going to boost that band a lot, right? I'm going to add a load of gain. And then I'm going to manipulate my frequency until I've made that jangly, strummy sound as bad as I can possibly make it.
You're in the way.
I think that's about as bad as I can possibly make it, right? And I can check, right? Because I can do my opticians. That is That's worse, right? We can all agree that that is worse. So what I've effectively done there is I have successfully found the frequency at which that is really bad. And I've made it louder. Wow. It's not hard to say. We just invert the process, right? Now if I do the old optician's trick, in, out, in, out. I think I've made that a bit better. What if I do a bit more? Make that cut deeper, less gain. In, out, in. That's maybe a bit much actually. I think I'm making it too dull, so I can reduce my gain. And I'm getting to a place where I've quite successfully made a bit of difference. So let's think again. Listen to it. I think maybe in the sort of mid-frequency, there's a boxy thing I don't like, that kind of that thing, right? Not a big fan of that. I think maybe I'd like to do something about that. So I know that's going to be a bit lower, so I'm maybe going to pick my low-mid band, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to bring all the gain in. I'm going to sweep the frequency. That is worse. That is definitely worse. I have made the thing I didn't like a lot worse. So now, I'm going to take a little bit of gain away. I'm going to make that a cut rather than a boost. Take the EQ out. Put it back in. I think empirically, I've made that better. I'd describe that as a more pleasant acoustic guitar to listen to. Now, maybe you disagree. That's okay. Right now, it's my aesthetic choice. When you're here, it's your aesthetic choice, right? We will all do these things differently.
Do all these effects get through the medium ears?
That is a really good question, depending on where the direct out point is. Yes. Which, in my mind, is generally a good thing. Because if we're improving the sound of an instrument, it makes sense that they will like the improved sound as well. Now, clearly, if we go to town and decide we just hate everything the electric guitar player does and completely ruin the electric guitar channel, then they're also going to hear it and go, what have you done to my guitar? But by and large, generally, keeping the EQ the same for both is generally quite a positive thing, especially if we're fixing things. So in these cases, we've been making aesthetic choices, right? But if I grab, say, Jake's vocal, there's a lot of low-mid nonsense in that, right? That kind of plosive-y. So if I grab my low band, make this as bad as I can. That is worse. So I'll dip that out. So I dip that out on my EQ. That thing I've done, that's not really an aesthetic thing. I'm not going, I want it to be bright. I fixed a problem, right? That, ironically, is a proximity problem, right? Because he is huge and has this massive chest cavity and sings right on this mic like this and puts out all this low frequency, which is just kind of not nice. So we want to get rid. He would clearly want to hear that change in his ears.
But also, sorry, so as musicians, that we are making aesthetic choices of our own.
Yes.
And if you're undoing them for us, yes. I'm going to be sore about that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear my hi-hat. I play it because there needs to be a little bit of it. But I think it gets turned up a lot because the sound team think that that's the thing they want to hear, and I'm there going, I want to hear it less. So in the end, I stop playing it, and we're like non-verbally arguing.
Yeah.
But like, as in, I don't want the congregation to hear it. My kick drum and my snare drum are the only thing that matter to me aesthetically, but that's not the only thing that matters to the sound team aesthetically, and so we fight.
Yeah, I think there's two things there. I think obviously, in terms of level, you have the ability to change the level of your own monitors yourself, right? In terms of what you hear. Yes, clearly we must have some level of alignment in what we're all trying to achieve, right? I've witnessed this go very, very, very wrong when you have a band that think that they're Bethel and you have a sound engineer that thinks that drums are evil. I've been to that church service. It was pretty bad, right? And so, and honestly, so you had this band putting out what they felt was this full sound with tracks and keys and electric guitars and drums and whatever, and then you had a sound engineer who was like, drums, turn those off, bass, no thank you, we'll have vocals and piano. Tracks were on, and I was like, this is like, no, we're trying to do different things here. But clearly we need to have some level of alignment of what we're doing, right? And that's what I keep harping on about us being the same team. I think it's good to identify where we're trying to go, right? You know, having some goals of you know, I don't know, maybe you want your worship to sound like Bethel, maybe you don't. Maybe you want it to sound like Red Collective. You know, it doesn't really matter what the aesthetic is, but having some adhesion is good. The bad news is that's a leadership decision. That's all I'll say about that.
I just realise, like, when the sound team are trying to make their aesthetic decisions, at least be sensitive to the fact that we've also made aesthetic decisions to get to the output that you're receiving. So just be aware.
We need to be better at asking you what you need, because generally, on the sound team, if you're playing something, I would assume you want people to hear it. So if it's not very loud, I'll do you a favour and turn it up a bit so that you can actually, like say if someone's singing quietly, we'll turn the gain up on them so that you can hear all the singers vaguely. So that
and also
not
only what I can hear, but what I want the congregation to hear of me. Like being able to control which voices of the drum kit I can hear and what level is fun for me, but also it means that I've got less idea of what the congregation can hear, and I want my drums to sound a certain way. That's why I'm hitting them with certain dynamics. And then if that's all being changed up here anyway, then what was the point of me doing it?
Yeah, I think there's two things to pick up here. One is that we don't have to make all our control decisions here, right? We can absolutely make them socially. So, you know, in the instance where, I don't know, like electric guitar, it's just like killing us bright, like crazy, crazy, crazy bright. Like, and I'm like, that is so unpleasant to listen to. I want to kill it and burn it with fire. Purifying fire. Holy nails. Nailed it. I could just take my EQ and slice the top end to business. Or I could go up and say, hey man, your guitar feels super bright to me today. How does it feel do you think it's like, you know, whatever? Because it might be that our guitar player wants the brightest guitar sound in the world because actually all he ever listens to is country and western and he has a telly and it's always on the bridge crack up and whatever, and he's trying to produce that and we're trying to fight it, and maybe we need to find a middle ground. Or it might be that he's not paying attention because he's too busy tweaking this new pedal thing he's bought and doesn't really realise what that knob that says tone does and whatever. And it might be we can say, hey, and he goes, oh yeah, he's really, yeah, let's look at that. The second thing I'll say about aesthetic decisions and whatever, and bad news band, I'm going to say something. If you are that side of the PA, you cannot hear what the people this side of the PA can hear. This is a diplomatic challenge that I face on a regular basis. You get a vocalist who goes, well, my vocal's not loud enough. And I'll say, in your monitors? Say, no, in the house. It's not loud enough in the house. I say, oh, okay. It seems fine to me. And I guess, because obviously you're on stage, so you're not really hearing the same sound, so, but I'll keep an eye on it, no problem. But what I mean by that is, I won't do anything. but what I've done is I've reminded them that what they're hearing is not what the congregation are hearing, right? And so, obviously, this is tricky because, you know, if you have a bass player on stage who's like, I'm not even turned on out front, and you're like, yes, you are. Clearly, that's a people-to-people challenge. I'll think about it. Sometimes I've had it before where keyboard players have gone, have you got my second keys turned on? And I've forgotten, right? So, you know, I give it some level of credence. But yes, it's important to remember that the band, whilst they have a bunch of opinions, aren't always necessarily in presence of all of the facts, right? But sometimes you do need to have those conversations, and it might be that, you know, actually we're you know, tickling the hi-hat because that's not, you know, the hi-hat's just keeping a tiny bit of time for the band, right? And the song is all kick, snare and toms or whatever, and we're going, what are you doing with the hi-hat, man? And he goes, well, it's not part of the sound, we're just keeping time, right? And because we've had that conversation, we're all on the same page, right? So clearly, if we're making, you know, I always view it as we're perfecting at the console, right? If we're having to get the sledgehammer out and knock some walls down, something probably is wrong at that end, or fundamentally we're trying to build different houses. Really, at this end, we're putting a bit of paint on the wall, we're making some colours. Maybe we're going, you know, well, actually, if we just, you know, if we put a shelf up there, you know, we're essentially interior decorating with some tools, right? If we're getting the sledgehammer out, things are a problem, right? You know, if we are doing that thing where we are just absolutely annihilating the guitar with EQ because it's so bright, maybe there should be a conversation there. But I say it's that thing of the having a globally chosen aesthetic for the kind of sound that you as a church are trying to achieve is very helpful there. You know, I've been through this with a couple of churches where the church leader has identified, I want our worship to be X. And not everybody has been on that journey. And so there's almost been the two warring factions, and that's not a helpful thing, right? Because everyone gets hurt by that. Because the people in the middle ground get a rubbish experience, the people on the polar opposites hate the other opposite, and it's kind of messy, right? But yeah, for sure.
Dave, sorry, since you moved on from EQ, for me, it's all about listening, and you shouldn't be fixated by the screen, but one of the great new features for me on this test is the spectrum analyzer, or the frequency analyzer, which gives that thing that's jumping up and down the screen, which gives a really good steer about where the dominant bad frequency is.
Yes, I now can't remember where it is.
You had it on there anyway.
Oh, it does it. They changed that in a firmware update. It used to be you had to go to the RTA page, and they changed it in a firmware update.
The full one's a bit confusing. That gives a really good indication about where the harmful frequencies are happening.
Yeah.
Does it looked like it was changing as you were making adjustments? So is that analyzer showing what's coming in or what's going out of that channel?
You can change that, I think. Yes. Yes, where do you do this? I want to say it's in here in audio. Doing this upside down is really challenging.
You are doing it upside down.
Where is it? It's somewhere in here.
So I was playing around on I was decorating on Sunday.
Duty between Magnolia and
white Magnolia.
But it's quite helpful for spotting that sort of per sound or someone doing sus.
Yeah, it's really useful in making.
Home in on it and narrow it down and get rid of it.
Oh, it's, of course, it's in meters. There we go. It is really useful when making corrective choices. Oh, that's annoying. You actually can't make it pre-EQ.
So it's always post.
It's always post. Okay. Yeah.
That's right. I haven't noticed that before. Okay.
Oh, I thought you could. It turns out you can't. This is the page I was looking for to bring it up bigger. You can also do this. Navigating to this page is a bit backwards, but it's just helpful to show it. And so you can see, effectively, you've got kind of frequency bar graph of what's going on here. And so you do then see that on the channel. If I select this vocal, you can see it here. So yeah, it's quite helpful if you're looking for plosives and things like that. So, gain, high pass, EQ, a little bit of all of the above. For me, that's the point. We're done. Move on.
Low pass?
I don't tend to bother for most things because I tend to find that I'm more likely to target with EQ for low pass. Go on, we'll do one question and then we're going to break for coffee.
Given particularly 11 o'clock, when you've got maybe only 10 minutes to do everything,
yeah.
Is there any benefit in having some EQs for typical voices, which we almost have as a printout, so that if we're in a desperate hurry, we can almost make sure that broadly aligned from the same vocalist and for the same keys from last week, so that while the sit's going on, we're not too dynamically far off from where we were, appreciating that things move on every week?
Yeah, there definitely can be. I think, you know, what you'll find over time is that although one vocal EQ might look like, you know, that, and another one might look like that, they're broadly similar, right? If I take my hand out of the camera shot, yeah, they're going to tend to be quite similar. So yeah, there's absolutely some useful margin in kind of knowing where the starting points are, as long as we're actively listening.
When you turn the desk on, are they all just set to what they were last time, or is it everything from zero?
Yeah, no, it will load how it was left. Right. So the good news about that is chances are that's probably not a bad starting point. Yeah, you're not starting from blank every time.
Because we work in similar bands. I'm in the band side. It would be helpful just to have a preset and go, oh, that's you know, Jack's band 1.
Yeah.
Click a button and it remembers all those presets, and then you're way off just fine tuning.
Yeah, certainly you can do that.
It has like 3 presets.
Hundreds of different.
I appreciate we've only got through 6 knobs, but
maybe the deeper question is there a preset so that even if it's not the same band every time, that you could just load in Simon's preset as a drummer individually as part of a wider, I mean, that feels more complicated.
Yeah, you can do like EQ presets or channel presets that would enable you to load, oh, Janice is singing today, and bring her preset in, yeah.
That's my mum's name, she's,
but I will show you how to do that after coffee, because we've all been sat for too long.
Just on the 11 o'clock, the point's very well made that there's very little time, but where I can and where the leaders are available, we'll have the same leader for the 9 o'clock as for the 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's often a different singer, but at least you don't have to change. If I can, I'll keep the personnel as much the same for the 11 as I can for the 9. But obviously, if people are not available, they're not available.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I've had some comments in the past about, well, why is it all different? Because we're all the same people. It shouldn't be. It should be exactly the same at the 11 as it is at the 9. And I think sometimes the answer is it's gone from Fred's preset to Enid's preset, and they're completely different. And actually, that wasn't necessary.
Yeah, but also, do you have any green in your house? Green walls, green furniture?
I hate green.
Do you know what? See, I also hate green. Anyone have any green in the house? See, there we go. Yeah, I hate green. The first job I did when I bought my house was I repainted the bathroom because I believed that the white paint had some green in it. I know, right? Love green jumpers, hate green in my house.
Green on you.
Yeah, don't know, but in my house, honestly, literally, 2.5 minutes after I took the keys to my house, I was repainting the bathroom because it was green, right? I wouldn't interior decorate with green, but clearly some people would, right? We are all going to have slightly different preferences, and that's where, as a team, if we can try and get some kind of similarity, we will. But naturally, there will always be differences when one person mixes to another person, because we all make different aesthetic choices. That's one of the nice things about all being individuals.
Also, maybe when, like, we should have more communication between the sound guy and the worship leader, maybe, about, like, what songs we're doing. I've never been through specifically song by song with the sound person, but for example, like, oh, well, we're going to do nothing else, and it's going to, especially if someone like Jack is singing, like, oh, nothing else, it's going to be quite reflective, but then we are going to go into spirit breakout where my voice is probably going to triple in volume and like the drums are going to go massive, just to give you a heads up, so then you're not shocked when suddenly everything gets louder. Like, I've never gone through song by song, and it takes
And we do that with the AV.
so we should do it with the sound team, because it's not much of an ask to have like a little notes next to the sound guide, just like so that you're prepared for it to get louder or quieter, so you know how to.
We do occasionally. So if we were leading together, I would occasionally say, "Oh, Anya's leading this one, I'm leading that one, Anya's leading this one," just so that. But yes, it may be more detailed.
Well, in Church Street there is that capacity to put notes in for the sound team specifically, which we just and therefore actually the musicians, the worship leaders could be putting that detail in there actually when you're building the plan of actually having that information in potentially.
Brackets really loud.
What I love about this is you've just fixed your own problem. I can go home now. Bonus. That's excellent. I love that. Yes. Right, let's all get up, have a coffee, have a wee, do whatever. I don't know about you, but I require caffeine.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anymore. Where's the tuning instrument? So
Going downstairs, I missed the bottom step. We didn't turn the light on.
Far more with pickups, taking control. Yeah, I know that.
That was my overexcitement.
Programmed to do that every day of my life. I fight for sound, right? And I do this on major pop tours. I do this on so they need to work always professional. Sometimes lighting is you can't do the speaker there because I need to put a light there. And I have these ideas and I'm always applying for sound. But my opening gallery is always sound is the most important thing, everything else is like that. And then we're very good at this. But if you start the best thing was then the confidence is better than if you start with compromise and then have to go back. You know, I think it's that you'll find it.
Lay down. No, it's fair enough. Well, that's why I should get to
this stuff is, you know, I do so much. I've got like one of my juniors, one of my apprentices or something. I give them such a holiday, they're supposed to be next to that. And they go from nothing to jump out. So, then I say, cool, we're just going to button the vest and I'm going to do this. And I do it in about 10 minutes. It's not it's 65-hour times. And so I make decisions very quickly, right? And they go, oh, but how on earth do you practice and you get there right? And that's it, right? So absolutely, you'll find a way that works for you. So like a sound on church line, so it's not rehearsing, it's ready to launch. Plug your ears in. Oh, really? So, there you go.
more miserable, less approachable, and less to do because it's following this way. That's the piece. It's worked in DIO for years. How's it going? I've still got an old laptop. Windows 7 laptop. Because I think when I joined, I got one of the last of the Windows 7 laptops, so it's actually fine. It works well. Between Christmas and New Year, I ran out of holiday.
Very useful. Very useful. Which shows you've got to have a mix. If you had all the
23rd of January, you're going to get the network because it's Windows.
Good. A good little break. And are suitably caffeinated. So, we've gone through a little stage of things where we've started a line check, we've asked a band to play, and we've worked through a set of channels. We've gone through the 3-step process of gain, high pass, and EQ. We're at the point now where we're probably ready to start building a mix. We're ready to start actually getting to a point where we have a coherent band sound. The good news for the band is this is the point we can hand the reins over and say, you guys just play. As long as you don't stop and have a 20-minute conversation, you guys just play. So we can give back to them and help them by letting them have some more time to kind of rehearse and practice what they want to practice. As I say, obviously they need to understand that we need them to not stop for 20 minutes, but we can kind of start working together there. So, how do we build a mix? Well, we're interior decorating, right? So we're looking to balance things. In the same way, if you paint 14 colours on a wall in your house that are all clashing, it's quite unpleasant to sit there. We're looking to try and complement our things so we get to a kind of rounded idea. What this means is we have to make a bunch of decisions of how we balance things. Now, sometimes that's changing the colour a little bit. Sometimes that's just changing the amount. If you really wanted a shocking violet paint colour in your house, I'm going to suggest that painting your entire lounge shocking violet is probably going to be quite unpleasant. But if you really want some shocking violet, how can you get it in? Well, you could just paint a small section shocking violet, right? So we can change the amount of different elements, and we can change the colours a little bit, and we can start spacing those colours out. Now, they're all very kind of floaty, creative words. If we technicalise some of those words, we can change the amount of our colours with the amount or level of our instruments or vocals or whatever. We can change the colours slightly by changing the EQ, by changing the frequency balance of those instruments and how they're going to work together. And then we can do space by carving out bits, which we can do either with frequency or we can do by using effects. So we're going to start by thinking about level, how we do that on the most basic sense, how we can do a really quick mix. So because I was too busy talking during the break rather than paying attention, I'm not in a stage where I've got a kind of line check board, so I'm going to really rapidly run through and get a really kind of quick line check going across all of my instruments. He says, hopefully. Except my laptop doesn't want to play ball.
Are we able to pan the camera out, please, so we can see the faders as well? Is that doable? Thanks.
Right. Because why? So I'm going to start with vocals just because I happen to be here and I know I've done some vocals already. So I'm checking gains, the first thing I'm doing. Check high pass. And then I would do some EQ, but she stopped singing, so I'm going to jump around a bit. Checking gain, doing PFL to get it up on the meters here, we're good. Rolling that high pass in, I'm going to go for a bit of EQ, just to get some of the boominess out. Might be a bit much. Okay, cool. Let's go with the Q stick. Gain, bit hot. High pass. Already done EQ on that, so I'll leave that alone. So we've got electric guitar next. Going to look at gain, bit low, boost it up. So this is a good example. There's an EQ in here, right? That's been left from last week. Maybe it's reasonable, maybe not. Quick way of checking it, we can bring it in and out, right? I'm going to take it away. Whoa. It's a bit better with it in, but not really a fan of either. So I decide I'm going to start again. I'm going to spend a bit of time and I'm going to start again. Now, we could manually go through and dial all these things down to 0, and that would take forever. There's this handy little button over here that says reset. What reset will do is reset whatever is on the screen. So I'm going to push and hold reset. Because only my EQ is on the screen, it's only going to reset the EQ. Push and hold reset, and I'm going to press select on the channel I want to reset. So there we go. I've reset the channel processing, the EQ here. So the only thing I've got is my high pass. I'll sweep that in. Generally, I think that's not a bad sound, but it's quite sort of muddy in the middle, so I'm going to try and get rid of a bit of that. Bit of that. And then maybe I'm just going to dull it down a tiny bit. It's probably a touch bright for me, ideally, as he stops playing. So I'm going to boost it up like that, make it really bad. Yeah, that's it. And I'm going to dip it out. Great. And I'm going to move on, because I'm going quickly here to get through everything. Got some keys there, bit of gain. Hammond, apparently. Cool. I'm just going to do high pass. I actually like that EQ, so I'm going to leave it be. That's okay. I'm going to hope that my other vocalist is singing. She is. I've already done some EQ there. I'm happy enough with that. Other than that one. Okay, what instruments haven't I run through? Bass drum. We did this earlier. Snare. It's not bad. Get the high pass in. Some weight's gone away, so I'm going to come back a bit. EQ. I'll take that out a bit. Don't like that kind of weird boxy sound we got, so I'm going to find it. That's it. That's it. Okay. Won't worry about that. We'll just get some overheads going. Just hear these one at a time. Gain's okay. So high pass, the first thing I'm going to do. That's okay. I like that. So I'm just going to do the same over here. So I've done one of my overheads. Chances are the other is going to be the same, right? So what I could do is I could go through and I'd say, right, overhead left, it's got 1 dB of gain. Over here, 1 dB of gain. This would be really slow. So I can helpfully use these copy paste buttons here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press copy and I'm going to select overhead left. I'm holding copy down, right? And you can see at the top of the screen it's saying copy ... Let's press left. Copied processing from overhead left. Now I'm going to push and hold paste and I'm going to go to overhead right. Paste. So now if I jump between the two, we're going to see all my settings are the same. I've saved myself a bit of time there.
Sorry, do that again.
So I'll change something a bit outrageous so you can see it in action. So let's say I decide that what I need to do is make my overheads super bright. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Overhead right does not have that processing. So I'm going to go copy, push and hold copy, thumb stays down. I wouldn't use your thumb if I was you, but obviously you'll be the right way around. I'm going to push select on the overhead left. And we can see up here it's telling us copied processing overhead left. So I'm going to let go of copy, I'm going to hold paste down now and press select on overhead right. See it's saying paste, dot, 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 doesn't know which one yet. We press that, now pasted, processing overhead right. And now you can see as I jump between them, we have the same EQ there. So it's a really effective way of me doing something once.
Thank you.
It would be a great way, for instance, if I had a bunch of vocal mics and I didn't have the ability to line check all of them because there was only one singer here, I could set one up and then copy and paste it to the other ones. Because although it's not going to be perfect, it's going to be better than starting from completely blank. Yeah, if for some reason, you know, 3 of my vocalists are coming in on the train and the train's on strike and therefore they're going to be late, they won't get here until 1 minute before the service. I would rather get the one that is good copied and pasted across because it's a better starting point. So now I've got, I think, roughly a very basic band line check, right? That was me operating at about 75% of the speed I would do this because I was doing a bit of talking. That's not special. What it is the result of having done this a lot, but what I'm saying is that you, with time and practice, will get to that kind of speed, and that's why I say that when you start doing this process will take a bunch of time, but as you get more familiar with the desk, more familiar with using the tools, this starts becoming quite a nice, easy, quick process. So I've got a line check, the band have behaved, it happened nice and quickly, we're going to say, you guys start, I'm going to build a mix. So the first thing I'm probably going to do is open everything up, right, so we can hear it. So I'm just going to pick somewhere in the middle. That's not a totally terrible mix, right? For having done nothing but throw the faders up. That's why this line check process has helped me along, right? Because I have everything in a roughly similar level place. I have some bass EQ done. It's not awful. I wouldn't start a service like that, but it's not too bad. So I'm now going to start thinking, how am I going to balance these elements, right? And so I'm going to restrict myself only to level. The easiest one, because it's right there. So the first thing I'm going to think of is, what is the point of a worship song? That is a question to the floor. Big topic, simple idea.
The congregation feels able to worship God.
Love it. The point of a worship song is to worship, right? Corporately, together. What do we require to be able to worship corporately?
Words.
Words, right? We all have to be singing the same tune, right? The same hymn, the same words, right? So the first thing we need to think is, can we hear the words? Right now,
It's a bit mushy, isn't it? Yeah.
kind of, not really. Better. I'd suggest now we can probably all get a grasp of the words. Now, we could go too far on this.
Sing verse 2, I've got one response. I've got one response. I've got just one move. With my arms stretched wide.
This is lovely. Jake's a lovely guy, he's got a nice voice, but what we've achieved now is we can all hear the words, but we also don't have the feeling of a band, of a big musical aesthetic, right? And we know that the musicians are an important part of what we're doing, right? Because not only is it biblical to have musicians, they're one of the first few servants mentioned in the Old Testament, actually. We also know that that's a huge part of the sound we're trying to make, right? We're trying to create an engaging sound, and the band give us spirit-led noises that we like and can elevate us. They give us the dynamic we use. If we sing only, then we don't get the same highs and lows that we do with the band. So although that's achieved goal number 1, let's hear the vocals, it's probably gone a bit far. So I'm going to revert back to kind of where we were. Getting better. Anyone tell me the second thing we all need to sing together after we have the words?
Tune.
We need a tune, right? Because otherwise, some of our people are singing in G and some of them are singing in A flat, and that's a very unpleasant situation for all of us. So let's think, what in our band can give us some harmonic input as to what key we're in, how we should sing? Well, I'm listening to this band, and we've got a few candidates, right? That's all our candidates. Now, we've got keys. Tanya's playing this nice Hammond thing for us. It's nice, but because of what she's playing there, it's not majorly harmonic. She's using a technique that a lot of Hammond players use where you sustain a number of notes to create an effect more than the chord structure. So, although we could pick the keyboards, I'm not sure it's really going to help us. What about electric guitar? He's playing the chords. I'm not sure that's doing it for me either, if I'm honest. Oh, he's playing single lines, single note lines. That's not helpful. Right, who's the other candidates then? Bass guitar.
Did a baritone with that, didn't you?
Cool. I like it, yeah. Quite hard sometimes to get it from that though, isn't it? Because it's a long way away from the range we sing in. So, other candidate. Yeah, that's doing the business for me. And I can prove this. Vocal and acoustic. We could all worship to that. In fact, I'd suggest that quite often we do all worship to that. Now, it might be that, and I'm going to take a gamble here, this is another keyboard that I've so far ignored. This is different players, this is Matt. Matt's playing some more traditional piano keyboard, right? This works for me. I can live. So I've got options now, right? I've got option A, option B. They both work for me. I can live with either of those, right? I can just use those two elements and we have a worship song, right? We have the words and we have some tune, some harmony. Great. So they're my two cornerstones that I have to find and identify and make sure we can hear. However, there's a third element that we could do with if we want a big worship song that's going to have some impact and maybe is a bit quick and a bit slow. Rhythm, right? We need some rhythm. Now, my man Matt playing his keys. It's quite nice. What it doesn't do is drive me along, right? It's lovely. If we were doing a nice chilled set, I'd really enjoy this. This would be really cool. And I'd feel reflective, it would be really nice. What it's not giving me is the urge to sort of stamp my feet and drive on. And it's this big triumphant bridge. It's literally saying, come on my soul, lift up your voice. We need something, right? So we've got to find something that's going to give us that. So, could be acoustic guitar. Kind of doing it. It's a bit gentle. What if we started using our drum kit? Okay, that's doing it for me. Now, let's just use my overheads. I'll give it a little bit more. Turn that down a little bit. It's kind of nice, but as we add stuff in, it's getting a bit lost, right? Wow, that was a really bad note. Matt Cossey, bad man. He's a tutor at Nexus, would you believe? So, overhead's kind of cool, it's fine, it's a very natural sounding drum kit, you know. If we simply just listen to, it does sound like a drum kit, it's not bad. What if instead we used our kick and snare mix? Now I've turned the overheads off, so we're not really hearing the cymbals. That's still giving me some drive. I feel energised by this. There's weight in that. That kind of works for me. So interestingly, I've turned off the overheads, I've turned off the cymbals, the toms. We've just got kick and snare, and it's still giving me the drive I was looking for. Oh, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? What if I turn off the acoustic guitar? Kick and snare, it's still there, but it's lacking something, right? But that acoustic guitar's filling in. This is strumming rhythmically. It's almost filling in that kind of hi-hat role. So if I swapped between that bit's now a bad example, but they're fulfilling similar kind of ideas in our mix. So we liked the acoustic guitar because it was giving us harmony, but it's also giving us a bit of rhythm. So maybe we don't need this big amount of overheads to give us that rhythm because we can get it from the acoustic guitar. And so now we can start thinking about holding these things in balance, right? So if I now start opening up some other stuff, leave that alone. Let's get back to that. Maybe we can drop the level of the overheads a bit because we have that rhythm in the acoustic. Now what I've done, bring that up, I've made it harmonic. I've given it the rhythm, I've made it exciting. I've kind of lost the words a bit though, haven't I? We're now not sure, if we don't know the song really, we're not sure exactly where we are. So maybe we need to hold those things in balance. So we have a little bit more vocals and a little bit less everything else. To a point where we've got the words, we've got harmony, we've got rhythm, we're starting to get to the point where we've got what's not a bad sounding band, right? What is interesting to me, however, nice, what it does sound is quite small to me, right? Because we don't have a lot of extended frequency content in there, right? Because most of our instruments, maybe with the exception of the bass drum, but most of our stuff's very much in this kind of mid-frequency, right? Our vocals, our acoustics, our keys, all of that stuff is very much in there. So I can make this exciting by widening up the frequency content we're using, right? So my easy tool for that is to target the bottom and the top. Well, let's think about the bottom, right? Bass guitar, that's going to be down there. Take it away. Oh, that's now starting to give me, it's starting to give me the feels a bit, because I've got a bit more extended content in there on the low end. But what it isn't doing, it's not taking away from the vocal particularly, is it? Because he's operating in a different frequency spectrum, so we can build him around the vocal. And we can do the same with like high frequency content, for instance. So I reckon Josh, our electric player, is probably playing some stuff that's got some really nice kind of sizzle in. I'll just make that obviously too loud. I find that quite musically pleasing, quite exciting, right? So I can bring him in. Feels like a reasonable level. I'll take him away. He's back in. That's quite nice, right? But I'm a guitar player. I love a bit of electric guitar, right? And I think my aesthetic choice today is we're all having some guitar. Yeah! Wicked! Love it! It's great, isn't it? It's my mate Josh Peters, he's fab, plays, he's great. Words, harmony. Oh, I've lost it, haven't I? I've created this brilliant mix. That's being totally spoilt by my choice to go crazy with the electric guitar. And whilst I think that sounds amazing and I love it and I find it energizing and I want to jump up and down, all of those people who don't know what the song is and don't know what the words are have now been disincluded from the corporate experience. So now let's knock him back down to... That's better. Now what it might be is I know for a fact that he's doing this bridge 5 times or whatever it is. He does it a lot of times, and I might know that because we've had that conversation about this song we're going to do the bridge a load of times. By the time the congregation have sung the bridge 4 or 5 times, they're going to know the words, right? So at that point, I might just give that guitar just a little boost. Not so much that the congregation can't tell where we are on the song, but just enough that we take a bit of clarity away. And that's okay. But then as soon as we go back to the next chorus or something, I need to remember to bring that back. But so we're holding all the things in balance, right? And so we're getting to the point where we've got quite a reasonable mix, I think. I wouldn't be upset with that on a Sunday morning. It's ticking the boxes we need, and it's starting to give me something I like. The like thing is secondary. If we only get as far as need, that's okay. But we know we can get as far as need by simply doing that's still a worship song. So you'll notice when I started doing this, I started with the things I needed. I started with the vocal, and then I found the keys, and then I found some rhythm. Or I started with the vocal, I found the guitar, or I found some harmony, then I found some rhythm. I worked in the order I needed. The reason for that is twofold. One is if we always start with the things we need and build everything else around, we'll always achieve a better mix, because we've put the things we care about most at the centre, right? In the same way, we should be building our lives in the same way, right? We put Jesus at the centre and build everything around them. If I put the fact that I like to go shooting on Sunday mornings in the centre and then try and stick Jesus on the side, it doesn't work, right? Our mixes are the same. If we start with a bass drum, we start with a bass guitar and whatever, and then don't think about the vocals till much later, it's less good. The second thing it buys me is it buys me time. Worst case, it's all gone wrong on Sunday morning, and I have 1 minute to build my mix before we start the service. If that's all I have time for, we can all worship. Because I've prioritised the things we need, I've got to a point quicker where we can worship. And maybe that's all I get as far as before the service. And then in the service, I start trying to sneak stuff in. So I go, let's bit of acoustic. Yeah, okay, that's cool. And we can do it like that, right? Because we're not always going to have time to spend our lives building this mix like this. We prioritise the things we need, then we do the things we like. So what we've done there is we've gone from our line check to a mix, and the only thing I've touched is the faders, right? I haven't done any processing, I haven't done any more EQ other than what I did in the line check. I just touched the faders, and we've got to a good mix. We don't always need to be spending 20 minutes EQing the piano. We can get to a good mix quite simply. But let's take it one step further. Let's say we have got the time, we have got the headspace, and we're getting to grips and we think, can we use EQ to make our mix hang together better? So,
Dave, sorry, just before we make that leap, can I just check my memory of the routing? So you muting individual instruments and voices there is a really neat trick, you can hear the difference.
Yes.
But if we did that on the day, it would be a really annoying band because
it
takes
yes.
that DNA, doesn't it?
You are absolutely right. It's one of those things I do all the time now because it's really easy for me to do. If you mute stuff, the band will lose it in their ears. So when you're doing that, I would suggest just pulling the fader instead. Obviously, just remember where you started. As a demo, I always just do this because it's quicker. But yeah, for you guys, don't start mashing the mutes. The band will remind you quite quickly that that's a problem. Or why do you keep turning my guitar off? Yeah. So I always like making that point that just by manipulating level, we can get to quite a good mix. You know, that's totally okay to just do that. But we can go one step further, right? We can now start. We've changed the amounts of things and got a good mix. Now we can start maybe making our colours complement a little bit better, because it's really easy if I just hold up a paint sample in my hand with no context and say, oh, does everyone like this colour? You go, yeah, that sounds a lovely colour. I really like that. By the time I put it up on the wall in my house with the context of the light that comes through my window and the walls next to it and the furniture in the room, sometimes that colour isn't quite perfect and we have to go a shade lighter or a shade darker, right? So we made all these choices during our line check in isolation. So Jake, my vocalist, we decided that was okay. We said that was fine. We liked it. The problem is, when I brought everything else in, like I'm starting to lose him a bit because it's a bit muddy, right? It sounded really lovely by itself, but with the context of everything else, the band, the drive in the low mids, I'm struggling. So I can just turn him up. But I now don't like that because it feels unbalanced, because we're just using the brute force tool of volume to make him louder. So what if I revisited my EQ in the context of everything else, right? So first thing I do is I decide I'm affecting vocal 2, so I select vocal 2. And you can, if you really want to, press in here to get the EQ up. What I tend to do is just wiggle a knob a little bit and it will come up. So we're listening in context. What if I try to make him a bit less muddy and a bit brighter? So I take this low band and cut it a bit harder. And I take this high band and boost it a bit more. Vocal clarity now. I've turned it up just the tiniest fraction, but because I've done that EQ, I have better clarity around his words. It's not mudding away in the same way it was before. And all I did was I just deepened the cut I made and I increased the boost I made. Because we did that line check, we know where the mud in the voice is. We know where to boost it. We have the corners already. We don't need to re-go and find those corners. It's not to say sometimes we don't want to go and add another corner, but we have some corners to work with. So quite simply, we can just try a little bit more or a little bit less. And so suddenly we've made that vocal play a bit nicely. So let's just lose the vocals for a second and listen to our band. Now, I love that guitar. I think it's really great. It's adding some real excitement. And when he's playing up here, it's lovely, it fits. But when he's playing those open chords down the bottom, I feel like it's fighting everyone else a bit. It's fighting the bass guitar, it's fighting the keys a bit for me. And it's creating sort of mush. So what if I go and find that and get rid of it? So I select the guitar first. Oh, I've got a corner here already. Interesting. Let's try this corner. Make it a bit deeper. Hey, that's better. I feel I can hear the bass guitar a bit more distinctly now and they're not fighting. Now, if we were to isolate that guitar, by itself, it sounds a bit thin now. Because looking at it in isolation, we have taken away some of the stuff that was nice. You know, if I punch all the EQ out, punch it in, we've empirically taken something away from him. Now, solo, that's a bad thing to do, right? Let me show you this on something like a keyboard where it's a bit more obvious, right? If I take Matt's keys here, this is unhelpful, we need to jump in a bit. Go on. There. Solo, this is a lovely keyboard, right? All of this stuff is great. But if I bring in, say, our bass guitar, our keyboard's kind of fighting us there. So if I cut a bunch of this away, we can have less level of the keys, but we're still hearing the nice stuff he's playing. So let's take those things away again now and listen to him by himself. Let me just head back. In isolation, that's not a nice keyboard, right? Punch it out. It's much more satisfying. Punch it in. But when we put them together, that cut was useful. Now we have to be a bit careful, especially with things like keyboards. Because what do we do at the end of the song? The band stop, and the keyboard probably keeps going, right? And so suddenly, we do end up with that. And it's a bit thin. So we have to be a bit careful with it, specifically instruments like keyboards or acoustic guitars when we do this. So maybe we have to find a middle ground. Where it's still kind of okay. But the point is, we can, by manipulating all these things in context, we can start to create space for the instruments to play together. Go on.
These adjustments that you're making, do they reflect on the instrument, on the in-ears?
They do, yeah.
Well, so not to imply that I would ever deliberately be difficult. It's never happened before. But if I hear my tone changing that way, I'm going to change the way I play to put it back the way I want it. And I'm sorry, I wouldn't. To understand that what you're doing is making the congregation worship better, I would definitely want that. But on the other side of it, I'm trying to get my experience, so I'm producing what I think is best for God. So I would change my tone control, I would change my pickups, I might change my pedal setting. And I'm really sorry that we're fighting, but I don't know what you as the sound person are actually doing. I would just know that my tone has gone wrong.
Yeah.
And actually, I would be wrong, because I didn't explain it to everybody else, but as a man in his mid-60s, my high-end hearing is useless.
Yeah.
So, I know I can't be trusted in terms of what my frequencies are doing. So I don't know, but it would be better if it wasn't changed in the in-ears, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think it's tricky, because a bunch of these changes will be positive, because what we're doing is making a coherent band that sticks together, right? Well, chances are that means that the coherent band sticks together in the in-ears as well. You're absolutely right. Quite often musicians will go, hold on, a bunch of stuff changed.
Is it possible to change the settings so that the equalisation doesn't affect what
You can. The challenge is then none of the EQ touches them. So like if you've got a vocalist that's got like super proximity effect low-end plosives and you're cutting that out, the band will then have to tolerate having that.
So they'll hear everybody else's as well as their own, don't they?
Yeah, exactly that. So I suspect you'll find that this turns out to be less of a drama in the in-ears than you expect. I frequently find with bands, they'll come up to me, especially if I'm just mixing monitors, they'll come over and be like, oh yeah, man, it sounds great today. And whilst we're chatting about something, they're looking over and like, what's that EQ on? And I'm like, oh, it's the lead vocalist. And they're like, what? I'm like, at what point when listening to it did you think it sounded weird earlier? And they go, well, I didn't. And it's because in the context of everything, it felt right.
Yeah, but the subtlety is with in-ears, I may not have the same mix that you've got.
For sure.
And I'm not trying to say I would deliberately, try to undo what the sound person is doing, but I think subconsciously, unconsciously, I'm going to change the way I'm playing so I get the tone that I think I want. And I'm really sorry that it's not the tone that's best for the congregation.
Yeah, that's the thing about working together, isn't it? I think if broadly looking at these, right, these changes we're making, other than perhaps that, are broadly pretty gentle, right? They're not really substantial, and so they're unlikely to be massively affecting. Now, if we were making massive changes like this, then probably I'd be having a chat at some point with the player and going, look, I'm having to rip huge amounts of low end out of your tone. Could you dial it back, or can we look at how your out's set up, or whatever? In the same way, if a player came up to me and was like, dude, what's going on? I'd be like, oh, okay, well, so I've had to do this because you and the bass player are playing like the same notes and it's really muddy. And then there's a conversation, and maybe the answer there is they go away together and decide that actually the guitar player will play up the octave, the keyboard player will play down, or whatever. You know, obviously, if you have bands that just won't play the game, then it's tricky. But I would hope that in this scenario, we're all trying to get to the same point, right?
This is the communication. If it's in rehearsals, the difficulty is if it happens during the service when you start playing and the church is full. You can often deaden it down quite a lot. Doesn't it?
It's not the conscious side.
Yeah, I know. It's not something you're doing deliberately. Yeah, I would do the same thing if I was listening to myself playing and thinking, oh, it sounds a bit off, and I've got the means to control it. Of course, you change it.
A much more trivial example is if I can't hear myself, I'll play louder.
Yes.
Now I've got some knobs and I can't hear myself, I can turn it up, which should be great. That's an illustration.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah.
What was interesting for me about what you did when you cut those frequencies out is it's suddenly much easier to hear the distinct instruments.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether it's not so much my tones change, it's suddenly, I can hear the keyboard a lot better than I could before.
It's great if I've chosen to have a proper mix in my ears, but for reasons of my own vanity, I might not have chosen to do that.
It's all right. And I think one of the key things, and I'm having a small divergence away from being a sound engineer and starting to be a musical director for a moment here, is if we're having to make big changes to make instruments play well together, we probably have an arrangement issue rather than a sound issue. We were talking about this earlier. A 4-part harmony choir should be amplified exactly as they sound 6 feet in front of them. Because a 4-part harmony choir blend themselves together and the arrangement provides the light and shade between the different voices, right? The dream is that all bands would do that. The reality is bands don't do that. But sometimes if we're having like that issue, and the classic one, bass guitar players and keyboards with left hands. Honestly, right? And the key reason is many keyboard players, or piano players, especially those classically trained, are used to playing by themselves, right? Because they do. They come and do Thursday evening worship by themselves, and they are the only thing, and so therefore they do this and put octaves in the low end, right? The left-hand octaves, and it's lovely and it sounds full, and we enjoy the sound of it. The problem is, what they're doing over there is exactly the same note as the bass player is playing when we get to a band. Hopefully,
It's even worse when you do it differently. A similar note.
But so there's two issues there. One is, for a start, we take away the freedom of the bass player to play inversions, play different things. But we're fighting over the same spectrum. Now, some things we can't help but fight over the same spectrum. For instance, if you play a chord, a G chord, just down from middle C, G3, B3, D4, you will be in the same range as the vocalists. You just will. That's life. You can't not play that chord unless you've got 3 parts of vocals singing the first, the third, and the fifth, right? That one we cannot avoid. Sometimes we just have to live with playing in the same spectrum. But sometimes we can arrange ourselves away from each other, right? And so that classic example, if you listen to Josh, the guitar player, this is a bad example. Josh is normally really good at this. Start this. So this is electric guitar and piano. Can you hear how, although they're playing the same little riff, Josh is playing an octave higher on the guitar than the piano player is? So although they're playing the same note and the same vibe, they've separated themselves out to provide space. Because if Josh the piano player is playing exactly the same pitch as the vocal, if Josh was also playing that, suddenly we've now got at least 3 people fighting, and they're all fighting the vocal. Josh has gone the octave up, so he's now above the vocal, so there's still space. So sometimes this is an arrangement thing, right? And that's where we get into having that chat and going, hey guys, look, the keyboard player, the bass player, everyone's doing the same thing. Can we try something different, right? The classic example is you have 2 acoustic guitars playing in G. Both of them, open chords from fret 3, open up, happy days, open G, open C. They're doing the same thing. It's going to mush, right? What if we got one of them to play capo 3 and E? Different voicings. What if we got one of them to play further up and play in D, capo 5? Suddenly all these things start creating space. So the ideal dream is we do that, we have that conversation. Sometimes we don't have a choice about that because it's in the middle of a service, we've got to talk to people, and that's where we, as part of the band, can start making that space. And I'd suggest that we always have to do a bit of making that space. The more we have to do, generally the worse the arrangement, the better, the less we have to do, the better. But just by, I mean, you know, if I open up everything again, so we go back to the full mix, all I've done is 3 bands of EQ, right? Keys, electric guitar, vocals. Pretty sure. Yeah, that's all I've done. We're getting to a point where we're making space already. And go back to the verse. I think as I start listening to some stuff here, there's maybe something between those 2 sets of keys. So I'm going to think about, on one of them, taking some more of that kind of low frequency weight out. But maybe I'm going to boost the very high end a bit. To create space between the 2. Even with those 2 small changes, out, in, out, in, we've created the ability to hear those 2 parts more distinctly. So we roll everything back in. Cumulatively, I feel like we've got to a better place than we were before. We've started to create an exciting mix. So first step, it's doing what we need. It was doing some stuff we liked because we got some musical interest in there. It's exciting. I'm enjoying it on a musical level and feeling engaged. And then we started to create some space, so we're hearing different elements of the band working together, and we're not creating mud. So we're prioritising clarity and trying to create a space where we can hear all the elements of the band. What we've done here is very, very simple. We've done some level mixing, we've done some simple EQ. We haven't spent a really, really long time on it, other than this time I spent talking, which is obviously, luckily, something you don't have to do. But we've got to a point where I feel like we've got quite a positive mix going now. I'd be quite happy with this on a Sunday morning. You know, I think at this point, I'd be starting to worry about more important things like, has the vicar got the headset on? You know, or is the video ready to play from AV or whatever? You know, we've started to achieve quite a kind of positive stretch. And so I'd suggest that if you can get this far, bonus, great, happy days. Feel very satisfied and pleased with where you are at. However, if you want, there are some other tools we can use to go a little bit further. And I'm not going to talk for ages and ages about these. I want to introduce you to the concepts of the tools so you can understand what they are and what they can do for you, but I'm not going to spend ages going through how I would use them and how and...
Just before you do that,
yes,
I've always been taught that you should, at the start of the service, try to get all the faders at the same level, so it's easier to do it. So I would normally go and fiddle with the gains then.
Yes, I will say two things about that. One of these things is this perceived wisdom comes from about 1975.
1984 Scout Gang Show, actually.
There you go. The reason I say that is not to rubbish everyone who's older than me. The reason I say that is because audio consoles, PA systems, all of that stuff used to be very susceptible to noise floor. What you'll have noticed, or perhaps not actually on this console compared to your old one, when nothing is turned on, it's very quiet. Perhaps you've been to churches where when nothing turns on, there's hiss or there's hum or whatever. It's simply a fact of we now have so much better componentry, quality, processing in our signal paths. We don't have a noise floor issue where previously we did. So the reason for the everything should be at zero idea was twofold. One is faders are logarithmic, right? For anyone that's not a maths fan, that means the scale on them isn't linear. So it doesn't go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So at the ends, it gets smaller. And you'll see this if you look at this, right? Because the distance between 0 and -5 is about 3/4 of an inch or 1.5 centimetres for those of you in the metric era. But down here, the difference between, you know, -40 and -50, which is 10 dB, so twice as much, is about 4 mil. So the idea of the zero thing was that the closer you are to zero, the more physical movement you have to get a smaller amount of control, right? You know, the idea of getting to where your 2 or 3 dB is a small thing, rather than when you're down at the bottom fade here, if you move it 2 mil, that might be 10 dB. That's the idea, and the noise floor thing. The noise floor thing is really irrelevant. The control thing is still true, but I tend to find matters a bit less. The second thing I'll say about this is, generally, if you've got your gains roughly right in line check, you should generally find you'll be roughly in the pocket. If your gains are wildly out, then you will end up with this sort of thing going on. But generally, I think you'll find that you should be roughly in the pocket. The thing I will mention about gain, and the reason I always say get it right in line check, if you change the gain, it will change the volume in everyone's in-ears. Because of course we're changing the preamp, we're turning the preamp up, and therefore the preamp is fed from here. Now, that on a bass level is a bit annoying, because everyone on stage has got their mixers dialed in and you just make the keyboard a bit louder. It's a bit annoying. If you make the keyboard quite a lot louder, because you've chucked 10 dB of gain in it, that might be the difference of someone on stage who already has it quite loud, suddenly getting a dangerous extra amount in their ears, right? Yeah. So generally, unless there's something obviously wrong, I try to encourage people not to touch the gain after that line check point of view, just because it will then change absolutely everything. It will change your stream, it will change the bands in ears, it will change the PA, absolutely everything. Obviously, if there's a good reason for that, like, you know, suddenly everyone says we can't hear the click, then obviously gain it up. But just be careful with touching gain once you're going. I really don't have a problem with having a console that looks like this, you know, with faders where they are. Fundamentally, the reason there are faders is so you can slide them up and down. Literally, right? You know, they're there to be
sit on zero and you fiddle with the other knobs.
Oh, well, honestly, right? You know, and you know, there are absolutely people that do mix like that. You know, I know a guy that like carries a ruler.
I like to vary the mix to some extent, the sliders during you know, when they sing different songs, because
exactly.
the quality is different.
Yeah, and I also make aesthetic decisions song for song, right? So this song, the electric guitar is really cool and lovely, and I like it. It's fun. It's driving me on. But it might be the next song they do is a more reflective song. But the guitar player hasn't realised. He still thinks that he's rocking on. We might want to just turn him down for that, Or it might be we've got lots of competing things. So let's say we're doing a more traditional thing and we've got a flute and a violin on stage, right? Pretty common lineup in a lot of churches. Flutes and violins, generally, unless someone's done a paperwork arrangement and given them music, generally they'll play pretty similar stuff, right? If we just have both of them, and especially if they're sort of playing over the vocal and whatever, it's just going to create a mush. So what I might do is I might say, in the first song, I'm going to feature the violin and sit the flute back a bit. In the second song, I'll flip it. I'll feature the flute and bring the violin back a bit. You know, I sometimes do this if we've got multiples of things on stage or whatever. You know, it's important to you know, use those aesthetic decisions. You know, this isn't a one-time thing. Songs sound different. It might be in this one. I've not actually got much keys going on. It's mostly like guitars and bass and drums, right? Another song, it might be that we really need the keys, so we feature that. So it's an important thing to feel empowered to use the tools available to you, right? And fundamentally, the fader is the quickest and easiest way of using the level tool, right? So yeah, always encourage that. So I was going to quickly run you through some other tools that are available on your console that you may choose to use or not use, but I'll make them known to you. So this is very much our polishing stage, right? This is how we go from what is, I think, a mix we're super happy with, it's really good, to how we can just like start really polishing and getting kind of all the way. So the first tool available to you is a gate, a noise gate. Now you've had one of these before, you have one on your Yamaha, perhaps you've used it, perhaps you haven't. I like describing gates as those signs. You know when you go to a theme park and you want to go on a roller coaster and there's those signs that say you must be this tall to ride. I don't really like children. I find them quite annoying. They sort of scream and make horrible background noise, right? What I specifically don't like is children on roller coasters, right? Because I think roller coasters are quite serious. I think they should be really fast and really fun and really dynamic. And some kid in my left-hand ear screaming at me, I don't find that enjoyable, right? So I decide kids are background noise and I want them off my roller coaster. So what do? I use one of these signs that says you must be this tall to ride. And I decide how tall I think an adult is. 5'6". Yeah, there's not many kids that are 5'6". They're kind of almost grown-ups, but 5'6". That's an adult. Any shorter than that, go home. What I've created there...
I always thought there was a safety thing.
No, let's get back on it. What I've done there is I have created a noise gate to keep unwanted child background noise off my roller coaster. Well, spoiler alert, that's exactly what your gate on this console does. Unfortunately, it's not specific to children, it's just noise in general, right? So why do we care? Let us hear something like a bass drum. This is the classic application. He says, start playing the bass drum. This is a bass drum mic. It's got a lot of things that aren't bass drum in it currently, hasn't it? Like, for instance, snare drum. The snare drum is a lot quieter than the bass drum though, isn't it? The snare drum is a small child and my bass drum is a tall adult. So we could set the height to try and disinclude the snare drum, right? And that's exactly what our gate does. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the bass drum channel and I'm going to start by turning the gate on. And I'm going to roll the threshold all the way down, right? So the threshold is our height, right, on our side. So if I turn it all the way up, the kick drum itself is not tall enough to come on my roller coaster. Turn it all the way down, anyone can come on. So what I want to do is I want to find the gap in between my bass drum that I want and my snare drum that I don't. So I'm rolling this up, I'm increasing the height. Hey, there we go, no snare drum.
Is that done on frequency, is it? Or done on...
All on level.
On level,
yeah.
Cool.
Now, if I go too far, I'm going to start, we can hear that only his really loud bits getting through. So I only want this height to be just tall enough to keep the snare out. This is an unhelpful bit of music. That's it, that's the pocket, right? So threshold's my primary tool I can use with a noise gate. There's a couple of others. Very broadly, for anyone looking back on this in time, the attack specifies how quickly the gate opens, and the release specifies how quickly it shuts, right? You can see they've got this very handy guide down here that hopefully you can see up there, that's showing us the activity of the gate over time. So when it's red and down the bottom, it's shut. When it's up the top, it's open. So you can see bass drum hits coming through there. Now he's kicking the drum all the time, it's pretty much open. So if we turn the attack up, you can see it's taking a longer time to open the gate, and it's not as punchy. If we turn the release up, we can see the gate's taking a long time to shut now. So we want to kind of find the middle ground. Now generally when you're gating, you're going to start somewhere kind of with a middle ground setting like this, and for most things it's going to work quite nicely. Now as I say, it's only a little bit polished, but if I bring the rest of my band back in, I'll give us just a little bit more kick drum than normal. I'll take my gate out. And punch the gate in. And out. And in. That's made a tiny change, right? 1–2%. But it's just tightened it up. Just that tiny little bit, right? Just by killing off some of that unwanted background noise. I say, we're into the polish here, right? This is the sort of thing where you're here on a Thursday night because the band have started doing midweek band practice and you think, oh, I want to play with that gate. That's the time we're digging into this stuff, right? But I'm just exposing it to you so you can say you've seen it.
What does the hold do in the middle? Right?
Hold is so if it's an envelope basically, so attack, release, and the hold is this much. So if you have 0 hold, it will open for the attack and then close for the release. If you have a hold in the middle, it will stay open for the whole time. It's a weird parameter that isn't that useful. The only time holds are particularly useful is if you want to keep a gate open for a long time. So for instance, you had like a noisy bass guitar where it's like humming and you were using the gate to just try and get the hum out, I would have a long hold there, because if he starts playing, we want to make sure the gate stays open for a nice long time in case he's playing really gently. I don't have a good demo of that. But I say, most of the time, if you start using gates, the big thing is just to get that threshold nailed and then kind of worry about this stuff later.
That gate's really important though, I think, especially for the drums, but I'm sure for others as well, because anything that's cleaning through into, or like bleeding through into the kick mic, is likely to be bleeding through into the snare mic as well, and maybe tom and whatever else. So you end up with what is essentially the overhead times 5 or 6 if you don't use the gate, don't you?
Yeah.
And plus those are the sounds that quite often that bleed out from the non-soundproof parts of the cage. So we end up with the ride times 7 if we're not careful, but if we use the gate effectively, then we've got much more control over the overall sound and it doesn't get washed out so much.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. One piece of advice I will recommend to you, do not gate vocals. The reason for this is singers have this habit of singing very quietly a long way away from the mic when they're having a reflective moment. And what happens if you have that is you set your gate for when they're singing properly, suddenly they start singing off the mic and your gate's shut. Then one syllable, one word is a tiny bit louder and opens the gate, and then suddenly you've got this weird experience where you just, one word jumps out at you, and it's very odd. So I'd always generally recommend not to gate vocals unless you have a really good reason for doing it. You generally shouldn't need to gate anything that's a DI, because DI should be clean, right? Because they're not microphones. So bass guitars, keyboards, things like that, generally you wouldn't need to gate. I'd say it's a thing that in most cases is a drums thing, generally. But it can help clean stuff up. So the next tool available to you in this little advanced stretch section is a compressor. Now, a good friend of mine describes compressors as the volume control on your home stereo. Now, we all listen to a pop song these days, right? They're quite loud. Now, I don't know if anyone else does what I do. I'm listening to some stuff on Spotify, and then I suddenly decide that actually I was listening to an old Miles Davis jazz record, and I suddenly decide what I actually want to listen to is the brand new Taylor Swift record. And so I put it on, and so, whoa, it's so much louder, right? So I constantly, when I'm at work, have to turn the volume up and down because things are louder and quieter, right? So what would be really cool is if there was a mode that automatically did that for me. Well, Spotify has one. It turns the loud songs down. It can't really turn the quiet songs up, but it can turn the loud songs down and make everything the same volume. Well, our compressors effectively do that. So let's take Jake's vocal as a good example. Jake is a very, very dynamic singer. Gets very overexcited about everything.
So I throw up my hands and praise you again and again. So that I have is a hallelujah.
We see here, there's quite a variance in his level there, right? Which is lovely. What is unhelpful to us because we want to try and keep it roughly the same volume because we built this lovely mix where he was like just sat in there where we could hear the vocals, and then suddenly he gets louder and we're like, whoa, turn the vocals down. So we pull the fader down. But then we get to another bit where he's singing quietly, we have to push it up, and we spend our lives constantly turning him up and down. So what if we had a tool that could do a bit of that for us? So that's what our compressor is going to do, right? So I'm going to select the vocal to make sure we're targeted, and then the first thing I'll do is turn the compressor on. So, nothing doing currently. Ironically, it is because there's so much gain on this vocal. The first tool we have, again, is the threshold, right? But we're not thinking a threshold in the bottom up, we're thinking in the top down. Threshold is the point we want to start turning down the vocal. So, if I bring this up, if I crank a load of threshold in, all the way down, everything he sings will be turned down now. We can see this meter here, that's telling us how much we're turning him down. Now clearly, this sounds terrible. Because we're just turning everything he does down. So I'll turn it off. Now we're turning nothing down. So what I want to do is I want to try and turn this to the point when he goes loud, so on those loud syllables, when he's chucking all that air out and hallelujah, I'm getting just a little bit, but now, when he sings a bit more gently, we're not turning him down. It's only when he's really giving it. So maybe a touch more. So we've got just a little bit, we're just knocking his peaks down a little bit, right? This is now meaning that when we roll the whole mix in, Sorry?
On the desk, the little red line next to the knob.
It does, yeah, to show you that it's doing something. Same as this display down here, right? It's just showing you where it's coming in. Now, for me, that's just sitting a little bit better now. I'm not constantly having that thing of, I want to turn it up, I want to turn it down. It's just doing a little bit of that for me. So now when he goes big into the chorus, I'm not suddenly feeling the need to grab that fader and turn him down. So that compressor's just doing a little bit of that control for us. Now, say we rolled that out on something like the acoustic guitar, right? This is another good example. Of a really dynamic source. I do the same thing. I bring the threshold down just so when he digs in, like this. We're just knocking a couple of dB off, just really gentle. It's going to mean that as I bring everything else in, just sat that guitar just back a little bit into the mix. It's not poking up and sitting back and poking up and sitting back. I've gained some consistency there in what's going on. Now, we have to be careful with this tool, right? Because if we simply compress everything, there's now no dynamic variation in our entire mix, right? And what we've just produced is a Miley Cyrus record. I say that, I have a huge level of respect for her. She is flipping great. But honestly, most pop records you listen to these days have a really small amount of dynamic range. Now that's really cool when you're listening to it on the tiny little speaker in your iPhone and it's just background noise. That really sucks when we are part of a musical experience, an event, a congregation, a worship moment. The dynamic gives us the light and shade. It gives us the big moments and the small moments. If we simply compress everything to the point there is zero dynamic range, all we've done is just created a monotonous, unengaging sound, right? So these tools, great power, great responsibility, right? If we gate everything to within an inch of its life, we compress everything to within an inch of its life, we do huge EQ, we make massive choices, we achieve a great but boring sound. We achieve something that's perfectly clean, never changes in volume, has zero life in it whatsoever. So my number one tip with compressors, especially, is be gentle. Like everything, a little bit goes a long way. And there's nothing worse than when you see someone, and acoustic guitar is a good example, right? If I just take that acoustic and I just compress it to snot, I just boost it up so you can hear it. Although the band got bigger there, the acoustic stayed the same. We've robbed the player of the opportunity to give us some more expression, right? So a little bit of compression does go a long, long way, so do be gentle with it. But it can be a really useful tool.
The key to that is that the red light's on the whole time.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like if I just absolutely smash that in, this active light is saying we're reducing gain all the time, right? Someone in a minute is going to realise that compressors could be quite a useful tool on people who speak. Because some of them, like me, go from this very gentle, discursive tone where I'm deliberately speaking quietly to draw you in so you think about what I'm saying. But in a minute, I might be very passionately delivering another bit, and I'm also using that, which is great. But there's a huge difference in level between my two tones, right? Maybe, like I did earlier, I get excited and shout. That's really great because you're all listening to this acoustically. But as soon as we put a mic on me, those dynamic changes I make are amplified significantly, and that becomes a bit unpleasant to listen to. When I suddenly shout, the mic makes that a lot louder, and that becomes unpleasant, right? So someone's going to think, oh yeah, we can slap a compressor on that. We can reduce some of the loud bits. You absolutely can. It's a really useful tool. However, two things happen. One is we can achieve the same thing we achieve with that acoustic guitar. We can make it all very boring. We can make it all one level so it never changes. And that's really bad as humans. We need intonation changes, we need level changes in speech to find it interesting, right? It's why any good speaker varies the tone and the level of voice they use. The second thing that happens, when we use a compressor, we are reducing gain. That's why this meter says GR, gain reduction, right? Because we are reducing the loud bits, right? We're turning them down. The problem is if we turn all the loud bits down, what we inevitably do is turn the whole thing up, right? Because that's what my Spotify does, right? It turns the loud pop songs down and then just turns everything up. It makes it all louder. That's okay, except what happens when I stand at the front with this lapel mic in the PA and we turn it all up? Yeah, eventually we get to feedback, right? Because there is only a certain amount of gain or level we have in this loop of mic to speaker and mic to speaker before we get feedback. Well, the problem is if we have used a gain reducing device or a compressor to reduce the amount of gain available and then turned it up, we've decreased our gain for feedback, right? And so this is a classic problem. In fact, I literally watched it at church the other day. The engineer was like, yeah, I'm going to compress that guy because he's so dynamic. He got handheld, right? And he's doing this, he's up and down, and oh, yeah, it's great, yeah, it's cool. Until we go for a reflective moment. He's down here. We've now turned that up so much to make it audible, we just have feedback. So compressors on people are a thing we have to be very careful with. A little smidge is totally fine. If we bury someone so we reduce all their dynamics, generally we're going to tend to find that we get a lot closer to feedback. Vocal mics on SM58 with good mic technique, it's a lot less of an issue. Lapels, headsets, things like that, we're going to cause ourselves some kind of really genuine problems with those things. So the other sprinkle of like last 5% polish I'd love to just tell you about briefly is a bit of what we call effects, reverb, things like that. You guys exist in a reasonably lively building, and thus you already have the reverb of the Lord, as I like to call it. Somebody a little while ago once told me that, oh well, when they built churches like this, they knew how to make it sound good. That church was St Paul's Cathedral. St Paul's Cathedral has an average reverb time of 11.3 seconds. I can tell you that is not a good sounding church. The reason I can tell you that is a university did a study in there where they put a person in the pulpit and they sat in the nave. The intelligibility of spoken word was 28%, as in less than 1 in 3 words were intelligible. Clearly, they did not understand how to make it sound good when they built St Paul's Cathedral. What they did understand was how to make it very big and very pretty and look nice. This is the traditional church problem. But you have an amount of natural reverb. The problem is your amount of natural reverb is directly proportional to the quantity of water bags in your venue. Back 20 of you, 20 water bags. Okay. The average human has an absorption coefficient of about 0.1, something like that, 0.2, depending on whether we're large water bags like me or small water bags like people who've done a diet successfully, unlike me. Surface area. We're all surface area. If we have a lot more surface area, because we have more water bags, we have more absorption, and therefore we have less natural reverb. If we pack the venue because it's Christmas and everyone comes to church at Christmas, even though they strangely can't find their way here the other 51 weeks of the year, we will have a drier sound, we'll have less natural reverb. If we're here when there's just the band and us here, because it's sound check or it's rehearsal, we'll have a wetter space, right? So sometimes, although right now it feels like we have this lovely reverby ambient space, it might be that we would want to add some reverb back. So why do we do that? We enjoy sounds with reverb. We enjoy sounds that feel bigger than they are. That's a fairly universal thing. If I took you all to St Paul's Cathedral now, I put the St Paul's Cathedral choir on the pavement and I had them sing for you, you would say this is beautiful, this feels heavenly, because 11 seconds of reverb creates a sound much bigger than the 30 people in the choir. If I put them in an anechoic chamber where there is zero sound, you would say this is horrible, take it away. We like wet sounds, generally. Clearly it can go too far. So how are we going to do this? Well, with any effects, we generally create a slightly different path to the way that we do things like the compressor and the gate, which are on the channel. Generally, we create a send and a return, right? And this comes from the old analog days when our reverb was a physical thing that sat here. Once upon a time, it wasn't even that. It was literally a reverb chamber. If you go to some studios in the UK, they still have one. Generally, they look like a toilet because they started life as a toilet. Anyone that's been in a large public bathroom, they're quite echoey. Imagine that. And so they literally used to put a speaker at one end, play sound into it, and put a microphone at the other end and record sound, and that was a reverb unit. Eventually, we started putting them in boxes and they started doing with processing. What we had to do, though, was we had to send stuff to the reverb, and then we had to return stuff into the console. We still use the same principle here. We have to send things to the reverb and we have to return them back. So, what we have up here is 4 effects sends, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, helpfully labelled for us. If we push these, the console goes into sends on fader mode. So it puts the send on the faders. We're all loosely familiar with this from the old LS9, I imagine, or many of us will be. Sends on fader mode. So as you can see, everything changes. Currently, there are very few things sent to the reverb. Effects 2, same thing. Effects 3, effects 4. There are 4 of them. If we start using these sends on fader buttons, it is important to remember to unpress them. Otherwise, we've done that, and we're trying to turn up the lead vocal, and we don't understand why it isn't doing anything, because we are still controlling the effects send. There's 2 ways. We can either unselect it, or we can press left, right to go back to there. So, we create a send path. Now, this console is quite logical. Effects send 1 will always go to effects engine 1. Effects send 2 will always go to effects engine 2. So, let's go and find our effects engine. So, we decide we're going to use a reverb, so we're going to use effects send 1, and we're going to turn up the vocal into it. We'll unselect it, so we don't forget in a minute. I've always said that this light should be like blinking or something like really outrageous, but they still haven't taken my suggestion on board yet, so you will just have to remember. So we are now sending the vocal to effects send 1. So if we come down here, this button opens up our virtual rack, right? Like walking over here to our effects unit. And we've got, surprise, surprise, 4 effects units here that tie up to the 4 effects sends. So we sent it to effects send 1, so we're going to pick reverb 1. So up here, this is telling us a bunch of stuff. Now, some of this will be gobbledygook, unless you're a mega nerd like me. This here is telling you the type of reverb we're on. Because I'm a nerd, I happen to know that an EMT 250 is a plate reverb. It was comes from Abbey Road Studios. Very, very nice and sought after plate reverb. Doesn't really matter what they are. We can pick and choose through we go. We don't need to know what they come from. But we know we're sending some signal into it. There's some helpful clues down here. We can see that there is signal coming into the effects 1 send. He says, when he starts singing. Just down here, I don't know if you can see that on the screen, just about you can, yeah, that little meter there is showing us that there's some signal coming in. Then over here, effects 1 return, we can see that there is some signal going out. So we know we've successfully sent our vocal into the reverb and we know it's leaving. So what we now need to do is find the return to then turn that up. So I'm going to just shut down some other stuff so this is a bit more obvious. Keep doing that. Okay, so we should just have Jake's vocal. So clearly, on this layer of faders, we don't have anything that sounds or looks like an effects return, right? Because it would be called effects return. So we're going to have to go digging, and I genuinely am because I don't know where it is. So I'm going to try the next layer of faders and see what we've got on here. No, handhelds, headsets, lapels, AV, aux, no, okay, it's not on that layer. Let's try the next one. Aha! Effects 1 return. Now, this is already turned up, so we should start hearing a reverb. I'm going to turn it up a lot. I'm going to turn it down. That's quite subtle actually, but it is there. So what I might do, I say that's a bit subtle for me. I'd like to be a little bit less subtle. I'm going to come to my reverb unit here, which I've still left up on screen, and I'm going to turn the decay time up, right? This is the time it takes our signal to decay. And I turn that up to about, let's go mad, three seconds. Much more reverby, right? Now, I actually think that's so reverby, that's not pleasant anymore. So I'm going to turn the decay time down a bit. And so, little bit of reverb there. What I might actually do for demonstration purposes is I might spin this into effects 2, because effects 2 is a whole and it will be heard a little bit more easily. So if I now just open up my mix, which I've clearly broken. I'll take my reverb away. Just get it back up. And then I'll bring it in. Now actually, that's not making a huge amount of difference for us because we're in a relatively reverby space. What might be a better example of this, for instance, is if I put some reverb on our snare drum. Do a bit of this. Take it off the vocal. Give us a bit more snare. In and out, in, out. So hopefully that's a slightly better demonstration of how, when we have that reverb in on that snare, it's giving us a bigger feel. It's making that snare sound kind of epic and huge and like we're in this big space, part of this big thing. When we don't have it, we've got quite a small snare. So it's a useful tool we can use to manipulate what we're doing. It's those little polishing details of interior decorating where we can you know, we can just add that one little thing and it can give us, you know, it's hanging a mirror on the wall, right? We all know if you hang a mirror on the wall, it makes the room seem bigger. It's the same kind of deal, right? But sometimes that's not appropriate. For instance, I don't really want a mirror on the wall in my lounge because I want my lounge to feel small and cosy. I want it to feel intimate. So I wouldn't put a mirror on the wall in my lounge. In that way, I probably wouldn't put a significant amount of reverb on something like a bass drum, right? Because I want the bass drum to feel close and tight. I don't want it to feel cavernous like we're at some, you know, ridiculous arena somewhere. But something like my vocals, I like that feeling bigger than it is. I love my snare drums feeling big and expansive and whatever. And so I would choose to use reverb there. We don't have to use it on everything. We don't have to use it all the time. It might be that the first song of the set is a big one and we want to have a load of reverb, but then later on we're a bit more reflective and we want everything to feel close and intimate, and so we don't use it then. Yeah, we can turn it up and down as much as we like. We can bring it in, we can take it away. It's like all these tools, they're just little things that allow us to just provide a little bit more kind of polish as we go through.
Dave, where is the reverb in the signal part? In other words, if you do it on a channel, is it on everything where that channel goes?
No.
The difference between in the building and live stream, for instance, where you probably want to add reverb to the live stream, but you don't need so much in the audio.
Yeah, so that would, you do that on the return. So obviously you're sending to the reverb unit, and then that reverb is on the return right path, coming back in. So if you turn that return path up in the room, which is what we're doing here, we get reverb in the room. If we turn it up on the stream, we get it to the stream. Yeah, you might want slightly different levels. But yeah, so it's just important to remember. I always say to people, imagine that the reverb is this box sat there that makes it easier to think of sending to it and then returning back from it. This all made a lot more sense when it was an actual box over here and we had to physically create a send cable and physically create a return cable. But I like the fact that I don't have to lift the rack with the reverbs in anymore because it's all here.
Do you hear all the effects in the ears?
No. You won't hear any effects in the in-ears because the in-ears are sent from direct outs of the channels and therefore the reverb return wouldn't get to them.
And you do hear the EQ effect.
Exactly. Yeah, because we're doing that send out to something external and return in kind of idea. This affects return if we don't send that to somewhere deliberately. If we don't send it to the band, we don't send it to the stream, it doesn't get there. That's a fairly kind of crucial thing to grasp. But as I say, they do make it really easy on here. There are dedicated effects sends 1, 2, 3, 4 that go to effects 1, 2, 3, 4 that come back to returns 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about as easy as they can possibly make it. Other manufacturers do not do that. Shall go on. I think it's important to remember, well, the first thing is to always listen to it, right? You can't make decisions unless you hear. They're very poor decisions if you do, right? So listen to your streams, review them. The number one thing I would suggest is when we're in a room, we understand a large amount of dynamic range, right? From the quietest thing to the loudest thing, we are very good at tolerating that in a room. Because when the band are on stage, we expect that to be loud, right? We expect to have a sound of a full band. And then when someone stands and preaches or prays, we expect that to be quieter. That we're used to that level, right? And our ears are very good at adjusting to that. When we're sat at home watching on the telly or the laptop or whatever, we expect those things to be the same volume. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. Next time you watch a telly programme, live broadcast or whatever, that has presenting and music in it, listen carefully, they're the same level. Maybe fractionally different, but very, very close to the same level. Because our tolerance for volume changes is much smaller. We don't go, well, there's a band, of course it's going to be loud, do we? We go, turn the telly down. And we spend our life constantly fighting the volume control up and down. So when you look at a broadcast mix, the dynamic range is very small. We make it small. When we have a live mix, the dynamic range is very large because we find that exciting. You don't find a large dynamic range exciting at home. You find it unpleasant and you think, I must turn the telly down or someone's going to shout at me. So the challenge with this is, specifically for church context, in the room, we make the speech quite quiet because it feels natural, like a person talking to us. We make the band loud. On a stream, we have to bring the two closer together. We need a lot more level out of speaking mics on the stream than we do out of band, generally. It's one of those things that if you ever try and watch your live stream at home on a telly or something like that, you'll suddenly go, oh yeah. It makes a real significant difference grasping that. Otherwise, as soon as the band stop and someone, especially, it's particularly noticeable if you have what I call a stand-up, sit-down service, where song, talky bit, whatever. It's especially noticeable because you'll constantly find yourself turning the telly up and down. So, yeah, that's like my number one tip for live streams, is just make sure you've got the speaking level and the band level kind of in relationship and what have you. No, I mean, you guys are in a good place because you have a relatively quiet stage, so you're probably amplifying most things already. You probably have drums in the PA, you have bass in the PA, things like that. So therefore, your stream mix isn't going to be wildly different. Obviously, if you were in a place where you had like no cage around your drum kit, you'd obviously have no drum mics on in the PA, so the mixes would be really different. But for you guys, it should be pretty similar, right? Fundamentally, the needs, hear the words, get the tune, have some rhythm, exactly the same whether you're at home, whether you're here, whether you're sat on the beach in Barbados trying to worship on YouTube. I wouldn't be watching on YouTube if I was sat on the beach in Barbados, I have to say. But it's the same needs, so it's the same principles. Shall we have a wee little moment for coffee, comfort break, stretch our legs? And then we'll do the home straight with a few other useful bits and bobs and any remaining questions. Right. So, hopefully, so far we've kind of covered off everything we're going to need on a Sunday morning to get us from turning up on time to doing a service, adding some polish to our mixes and getting there in a pretty good place. So what I want to do to finish this off for today is just have a wee little tour through a few other kind of functions of the console. As I say, mostly I want to expose you to the idea that they're there, they're usable, without necessarily labouring kind of what we might do with them, how we might do them, but just to give you a rough idea of what some of the other buttons and stuff do, and then we'll do some kind of questions at the end if people have still got them, and then we'll all go home and watch whatever is on telly on Saturday night these days. I don't know, I'm not normally home. So, chiefly, we've been sitting, you'll have noticed these buttons under here, chiefly we've been sitting mostly in this processing button. A lot of the time when we've had channels selected, we've been sitting in processing, which is this strip here, which applies to all of this stuff. The other button that kind of applies on a per channel basis is this routing button, and some of us have been talking about this during the breaks. This routing screen is kind of our powerhouse of where we might route things, send signals, receive signals, that sort of thing. So you can see here, there's a few things on this screen that might be useful to us. At the top, we've got this little cog that says direct out, and we can pick that, and that allows us to change some of our direct out settings. Now, the direct outs in our case is what's feeding our band's monitors. We spoke about this earlier, so we can do some things like we can decide whether, for instance, we want the direct outs to either follow our mute button, so when we mute it, it goes away in the band's in-ears, or we can turn that off and the mute button makes no difference to the in-ears. Few settings in there, as I say, they're one of those things you kind of have to have a wee think about and play with. Next up, down here, and I'm just touching these sections to bring them up, are two useful sections, DCA groups and mute groups. Now, you'll probably be familiar with these from your old console because you've had both of these available. DCA groups are control groups that allow us to bring lots of channels together and control them as one. So you guys have got a few set up already down on the C bank here. No, lies. On D bank. For instance, drums. And so we've grouped all the drums in there, and what we can do, if we want, is turn all the drums up, all the drums down. We can't do any audio processing on that channel. All we have is level. We can't do any compression, EQ, anything like that. But they can be quite useful if we've got a bunch of things that we want to turn up all together or all down at the same time. The other thing we've got available to us is mute groups. And I know you have a few of these set up already. They enable us to mute and unmute lots of things at once. So coming further down, we then get into the send section. And so this is going to show us a bunch of things. The first thing it's going to show us is our main left-right send. So I'll just come back up here so we can see this. Unsurprisingly, the kick drum sending to the main left-right, that's the fader. That's what we do. We can also see that moving there. Then also, as we scroll along, there's all the other sends that are available to us. The aux sends on here you don't use very much, is my understanding, or possibly at all. You also then have stream and this others, which is things like your concourse and your hearing loop, things like that. So this just enables us to go in and check things are sent. The big thing we can do here is we can choose whether these things are pre or post fader. So by that we mean, is the send to that thing happening pre the fader and therefore the fader has no effect, or is it happening post and therefore the fader has an effect? So a good example of this is our stream. I'd suggest generally we like our stream to be post fader, so our faders have an effect. The reason for this is when in the service we fade up handheld 1 in the room, we'd probably also want that to fade up on the stream. And when we take it down, because they've got off stage, we probably also want it to fade down in the stream. Now, if we had this in pre-fade and we fade it down in the room, it's still open to the stream.
I think it's set on pre-fade, isn't it?
It is currently all pre-fade, yeah. So I'd suggest you might want to use post-fade for that.
You can change on less on 7 or right.
Yeah. So you can change the mix. So you can say, oh, we want more handheld 1 in the stream, more handheld 2 in the stream. But because it's pre-fader, that means the main channel fader has no effect on that. Therefore, if you're not worrying about the stream, you're just mixing for the room, this handheld mic is currently still going to your stream, which is fine. It's a handheld, it's probably been put on a chair. Might be a bit noisy, but it'll be fine. If it's a lapel, like I'm wearing, you're suddenly going to have the beautiful sound of me singing on your live stream, which I'd suggest you might not. So post fader helps.
I don't turn the mics off on the faders, I use the mute buttons.
So if you use the mute buttons, it's okay. The advantage, however, of being in post fader is if our speaker on handheld one's a bit quiet, we'll turn the fader up, don't we? Level won't change in the stream pre-fader, whereas post-fader, it will change. So it's quite helpful because we don't tend to be listening to the stream the whole way through the service. Yeah, I generally recommend post. So there's two ways of changing increase post, right? So where we were in routing, we can change input per mix, right? So here we're saying the kick drum will be post-fade to the stream. If we click that, the kick drum is pre-fade. The snare, however, we have the individual choice again, pre or post. Let's say we want to change the whole thing. Again, it's in routing, but we do it on the mainstream aux send, right? We come down there and we come here. Oh, there's a little cog. We press that little cog and we can say all pre or all post. And that means all inputs to that mix will be pre or post. Nice and easy. So generally, that's the only thing we're likely to find ourselves coming into this menu for, but it's useful to know it's there. So that's processing and routing, and they're a per channel thing. The clue to this is they are green and the select buttons are green. They've lined them up nicely to give you that visual clue. So as we come across here, tell you about a few other things there are. The meters screen is not a screen you are likely to use very much unless you are bored and you want to see some flashy things happening. Honestly. So it gives you an input meter for every channel. And you can see here, all my kicks now, all this stuff is just metering. It's not terribly useful, but occasionally if...
I used it once actually when there was a very loud noise coming in and I couldn't figure it out.
Exactly what I was about to say. The one time this is really useful is if everything's going on and you've got something like a mic that's popping or cracking or making horrible noises and you think, what is that? If you come here, it'll be obvious because it'll be the one that's loud. You can also see things like meters for outputs, meters for other things. So this RTA screen you can bring up here, but why would you? Because it's also behind the EQs. Meter screen, you're not going there very often. The effects tab we've already covered. That's where your 4 effects processors live virtually, and you can go in and grab those things there. So, scenes. We've spoken a lot about scenes today. And not really describe them. So scenes are ways of saving pretty much everything on the desk to a file. You've got 300 of them available, and they're quite useful. The first thing I think is really great about scenes is you can have a scene that has your normal Sunday in. So if it all goes a bit peaked on, you come in, nothing seems to be working, someone's messed with the desk, you can come back and recall a scene. So I think it seems to be that you're using this top one at the moment. How do we recall that? Well, first I'm going to do saving, actually, because I need to save this scene. So how do we save a scene? We come to scenes, we pick the scene number we want, in this case 300, SFL training, and I do store. We get this nice little prompt that says, would you like to overwrite? Because I'm storing for over a scene that already happens. If we store for the first time, it doesn't say overwrite. Would I like to do it? Yes. Now, whatever data was in 300, I've overwritten with what is currently on the console, right? And that's everything from our levels to our EQ to whether things are pre or post, everything. Let's say we're done with my training session today and we want to go back to normal Sunday. So I'm going to scroll up to number 1, which there you go, and we're going to go recall. Recall scene. This scene will be recalled. Continue. This will affect everything on the console. This will affect the position of the faders. This will affect the audio passing through the console. So probably don't do it in the middle of a service. If it's gone really, really peaked on, then that might be the lesser of two evils, but it's worth pointing out that this will affect everything. For instance, if in this scene, and we'll find out in a second, a mic has been left open, you might cause a bunch of feedback because the lapel might have been left open and might be next to a speaker. Let's find out. Good news, all the faders are down. Excellent. But so we've successfully recalled a scene there, and you'll see where I had called vocal 1 Jake, that's now gone away, it's called vocal 1. All our faders have recalled, that's it. If I come all the way back down to SFL training, I do recall, you can see it jumps back to where I was a second ago. Quite a useful thing. Worth pointing out, scenes can be really helpful because they can enable you to go back to a saved place, but they can be a bit unhelpful if you end up with like a million different scenes and you're not sure which one's which, and you make a change in one scene because you suddenly made the drums sound a lot better. If you jump to another scene, you don't have that change. So I generally advise against having millions and millions of scenes because it just makes life really hard. But they can be, as I say, really useful, especially for me if you've done like, you're doing a Christmas service, it's different, so you make lots of changes, you rehearse it in the week, you know that someone's going to come and do some other service or a funeral or something in the week middle, save during the rehearsal, come back to it on Sunday.
If you have people that regularly lead together, is it helpful? Because we don't do bands here where we have the same bands that play together like House Weather. But like, say like me and this other guy, we lead together quite often, so is it helpful at all? And is this how it works? That say you say like Andrew and Jack as a scene of the two vocals, piano and guitar in the same place, then when you're back in again, even though you might have different bands, straight away start that scene, that sets up us up, and then do everyone else. Like, is that?
Yeah, it can be a helpful thing. I think it depends a lot on, you know, how much consistency you have, whether it's, you know, the same engineer, different engineer. Yeah, sometimes that can be helpful, sometimes it can't.
Can we say just add your settings for a channel?
You can do individual channel settings. The way you do that is you obviously select the channel, because we're talking about a channel, and then you use this library button here. That does absolutely nothing. Because I was in routing, not processing, obviously. So you'll note, when we bring up the library, there are a bunch of things already in there. They're under, I don't know if you can quite see that, there's two settings here. One says factory and one says user. The factory ones are just a bunch of stuff they put in. Please ignore all of them. The problem with all the factory settings, and I'm going to do it just because I can, if I recall their kick drum EQ, it's quite different to the one we came up with because it's based on a mic in a drum somewhere. It's not your mic, your drum, your player, your church. So generally I wouldn't use any of the factory ones. What is useful, however, is we can flip to user. Suddenly, we can build, we can do new store, right? So at the moment, you can see here, parametric EQ library. This is going to store just the EQ we've made, which of course ironically is the same as the factory one, because I just recalled it. So I'll jump over to snare, that's my EQ. So we go to user, and I'm going to say store new. And I'm going to say DS, because they're my initials. Snare. It's really amazing how hard QWERTY keyboards are upside down. So now we've got DS snare stored in there. So if I come to another channel, I decide I want to recall that thing I made. I'm going to go library, I'm going to pick DS snare, I highlight it, suddenly we gain some options. Recall, I say recall, boom, there is my EQ straight away. Nice and easy.
And they're available no matter what scene you're in?
Yes. And then, so I did that with the EQ highlighted, right? If I unhighlight the EQ, and I have this view where you can see the whole channel strip, if I do library now and store a new library, this will be the whole channel strip, exactly that. Channel, DS snare channel. So now this is the whole channel. So just to demonstrate, if I do a high pass, if I put a crazy gate in, if I do a compressor, and then I come out of that, we can see I've done some stuff. If I then recall my whole channel, same process, library, select the one, hit recall, all those crazy gates and stuff I did go away. So it can be useful to do libraries, just don't get too lazy with them because people get into that habit of like, well, I've loaded Andrew's profile, I'm done, see you later. people sing differently, people play differently, people have colds, whatever. Always remember to use your ears. So library scenes, quite useful. I tend to avoid too much of either, but they can be useful. So the next button down is set up.
So Dave, just to sort of pick up on that and sort of help Elliot rethink how we might manage the desk in 6 months' time. From a conversation we've had about today, I'm sort of sensing that largely what band people have been talking about are actually those the library things.
Libraries, yeah.
So you can store Anya singing and whatever in the library and recall it back. The scenes are actually more likely to be personal to the sound engineer.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, certainly could be.
I'm quite likely in a few months' time, to have raised preferences for how I like the desk to be set up. It might be with my own layer, with only some of the things on it. It might be certain things muted at the start of the service or whatever. So I can save all of that as me. So every time I come in and call up me, the desk is how I like it, and then if we decide that library's a useful thing, I can just pull Anya into Vox 1 and there's the standard channel.
Yeah,
and if
I don't disagree.
If I wanted to run Vox 2 instead, could I transfer it to Vox 2?
You can. Yeah, any library can go onto any channel. Yeah.
So that makes sense as a thinking about sort of 4 or 6 months.
I think that makes more sense than trying to come up with a lot of scenes that cover everything. And yeah, for sure. I think at churches where there are 4 bands, that the sound engineer is part of the band, and it's that and that and that and that. 1 week, 1 week. That makes some sense. But for you guys, where it's a bit more flexible.
Can we record all of Anya's allophones, store them in the thing, and then it just we don't really edit them at all? We can just get the desk to sing for you.
Yeah. So the next chunk across is setup. I'm not going to talk a huge amount about this because most of this is to do with kind of the configuration of the mixer, which is kind of a do once and leave it alone thing. Things I would point out in here, however, that are quite useful. Not that one. That one. The surface tab. So I don't know if you can catch this down here. There are sort of big categories down the left-hand side and sort of subcategories across the top. The useful one here is strip assign. We were just talking about this. We don't have to have the channels on this desk in the order they're currently in. We can rebuild them into a more helpful format. So if I pick bank E down here, bank E is currently empty. If I go into strip assign here, what I have on the top is a pick list of all the channels, groups, AUXs, DCAs, everything that's available on the console. And on the bottom, I have my fader banks here, A, B, C, D, E, F. So I pick bank E and I decide I want to make this simple. I've got a simple service where I'm just having keyboard, guitar, 2 vocals and a handheld mic. I'm going to make a nice simple layer to make it all there rather than having to jump about. Come up here, I'm looking at inputs. These are my options. So I'm going to scroll through, and with all this stuff, it's nice natural scrolling like Apple. So I'm just going to go through. I'm going to say guitar, and I've got that in the wrong place, so I'm going to make that go away again. I'm going to say guitar goes there. I'm going to say keyboards, and so all I'm doing is I'm just dragging and dropping here. Vocal 1. It's just a little long press on the top, and then drag it down, and then handheld 1's there. So now I've got guitar keys, Jake, vocal 1, handheld 1. Nice and easy. We can build these layers. We can put anything on there. I could say I'm going to use some reverb, so I'm going to put effects 1. Serves me right for using my middle finger down there. And so we build these nice, easy layers. That's the only thing you're chiefly likely to use, particularly commonly in Surface. The other thing you can do in here, which you might do, is the soft controls, right? So all of these buttons here and all of these knobs here are what we call soft controls. They're not fixed, they can be changed what they do. You have soft keys and soft rotaries. We were just talking about some of the things you can do with these. Mute groups are a great example. You guys already have one set up. Mute group 1 is on soft key 1. So if I press that, some things will mute, hopefully, or not.
I think it's the ones on the other side. It's that row says, was it 9 to 12 or something like that?
It's because they default to being on first.
Yeah.
They flash.
There you go. Fine, so they're muted. We know they're muted with a mute group because they're flashing, rather than if I mute them manually, they stay there. You mute all the back. Great example of where a mute group's really useful. So let's say we decide we're going to use mute group 8 to turn off drums because no one likes drums. We're going to put it on, outrageous I know, we're going to put it on soft key 8 because soft key 8 is right here and it's a nice button. So I'm going to select soft key 8, I'm going to go down here, I get this whole list of things that I can do with it, and I'm not going to tell you what they all are, you can find out for yourselves when you are bored one day. And I'm going to say, please be mute group 8. This is an important thing here, you can only just see that. You see there's apply and cancel. One's green, one's red. If you ever see any screen on this console where it says apply and cancel, if you do not press apply after making a change, it doesn't store that change. I know that sounds really stupid and simple, and I regret saying it every time, but I make this mistake all the time, so you will too. If you do that and then navigate somewhere else, that key does not do, that key even doesn't do what you said because you didn't press apply. You do the same with rotaries as well. You could decide that what I really want on soft key 1 is the main level fader for, well, I don't know, vocal 1. Hit apply. Now I can always turn up and down the lead vocal. Perhaps that's a silly explanation of thing you might do with it. However, something like, for instance, your AV computer with videos, I've frequently used one of these for that, so it's always there. You could use it for reverb levels, all sorts of things. So I'm not going to tell you all the things you could do with those because we will be here for a week, but have a play. Utility is a screen you're not going to find yourselves in very often. The general bit is essentially just information. It's going to tell you some stuff about the desk, core temperatures, firmware versions, things like that. It's possible that if you talk to someone about issues with the desk, we might ask you to come have a look. The data folder has only one useful thing in it to you. It gives you the ability to back up all your scenes and all your libraries and everything like that. You stick a stick in there, you pick which of these things you want, and you back them up to the USB stick. You can also load them in. It's a really useful thing if you get a bunch of libraries and scenes done over the next 6 months. Somebody back them up to a stick and stick the stick in the church office in a drawer or something, because then if anything should happen and someone comes to, you know, messes the console up or factory resets or something silly, you can get all your stuff back. One thing I will illuminate that is in here, you have the ability in this console, you guys aren't doing it yet, but we were talking about it earlier, you have the ability to record 2-track audio straight onto a USB stick in here. So for instance, recording a sermon, nice and easy, right? So you come down to SQ drive here, and up here, there will be some transport controls here when there's a USB key inserted. There'll be record, play, and stop. Stop, play, and record. Go on, let's find out. See if it's going to work.
Are we asking people to do that, Elliot?
We will.
Needs formatting.
Running over here and it's starting.
You're recording it there at the moment. So
Is there anything important on that stick?
Sorry?
Is there anything important on that stick? Would you be happy if I formatted it? Yeah. Great. So we've plugged this stick in, and the first thing it's told me is it needs formatting. You probably can't even see that. Just about. It says needs formatting because it's obviously in the wrong format. That's what we use this USB utility for. Now, this button is not greyed out. It says ready, format. I hit format. Would you like to do it? It's going to wipe the device. Yes. Clearly, don't make sure there's nothing useful on that stick before you format it. I know that sounds simple, but someone in the office came up to me the other day and went, so? I was like, no, there is no getting it back. You have wiped it. So, why would you format it? It does two main things. One is it clears any old rubbish off it, which is really useful. The other thing is it rewrites the file system, the way files are stored on the stick. Not all file systems are compatible with other file systems, a bunch of them aren't, so these are a bit fussy about what file system they want because they're obviously not a computer. So generally I would recommend formatting any stick you're going to use in this desk, actually formatting it in the desk. It's more reliable than doing it at a PC and dragging it. Sometimes that doesn't work.
What's the output saved as?
Sorry?
What's the output saved as onto that stick?
Do you know? I cannot remember. I think it's an MP3, but it might be a WAV. It's one of the two. ironically, because I've got my laptop plugged in, this now won't work. But yeah, you'll get transport buttons there, and you'll be able to do that. So if you use the stereo option here, where it says stereo up there, it will just do the main left-right mix. You can do separate channels if you use a multi-track option here. If you're going to do that, you need to go and find the list of officially supported USB devices on the Alan Heath website, because I've wasted countless hours of my life trying to make random ones work. It's just easier to get one that's supported. It's quite a good list on the website, but it's a bit finicky because it's trying to do an awful lot of data. But yeah, if you want to, you can, as I say, you can do multi-track every channel onto the stick. And then you can play back from it. You just have to flip into multi-track here. I'll pull that out because that's not doing the business. So yeah, so quite useful. As I say, that's the main things you'd come in here for, the SQ drive and the USB utility. The last tab over here is I/O. This is your patch bay, effectively. We obviously have some inputs and outputs on the back. We have some inputs and outputs in your stage box over there. We have some inputs and outputs going to your band's monitors and various other things. I won't talk a huge amount about how this works, because for most of the time you guys won't need to repatch. But over here you have inputs and outputs, and up the top you have all the places that they can come from. So local is obviously on the back of the console. S-Link is your GX4816 box in the rack over there. USB is the USB on the back, if you're using that, like I am today. And I/O port is nothing, because you guys don't have a card. What you'll find if you go to outputs is you gain another one. You gain this one that says ME. That ME one is your personal mixers on stage. So at the moment, your ME ones are getting direct outs, you can see it says direct outs there, from these channels. If you wanted to send something new to them, you can come in here and do a patch. The one thing I'll point out is this is safe. If you just tap on it, it brings up a prompt to say, would you like to do it? Because sometimes fat fingers try and accidentally patch things. As I say, I'm not going to labour that point hugely, because you guys are probably unlikely to need to patch too much in terms of moving things around day to day. So that's all of this. Other things you might want to know or care about on the console, if you've not already grasped them, but I always just cover off. Touch and turn is a thing I've done a few times today, but not mentioned. Generally, when we're in any screen on the console, if we highlight a thing and it turns yellow, I don't know if we can all see that. There we go. If I highlight another thing and it turns yellow, colours and colours, this knob now does what that is. And so that works whether we do all sorts of things. There's a lot of things that are touch and turnable. If I come into the effects section, see I highlight that, it turns yellow, ring round it, this knob will now do that. We call it touch and turn because you touch it and then you turn it. If I unselect that, the knob goes black, you see, it's not doing anything. So yeah, really useful. Anything on screen that you can't find a knob for, it's probably looking for touch and turn. Talkback button, I think you guys are already using this, just enables your talkback mic into the band's ears. Up here, obviously you've got your headphone section with headphone level knob. I always mention that because every so often someone's like, how do you turn the headphones up? So that is there really. Things I always mention about these, if you clear this screen, if you undo all of these buttons, you get to this screen. There's a couple of useful things about this screen. One is it's a really easy, quick way to turn brightness up and down. The other thing is it's got a shutdown button there. It is not the end of the world if you do not shut the console down. It runs Unix, it's not going to have a PADI. However, why not? It's a nice process to do. It does turn it off slightly more gracefully. I generally recommend do shut them down, but as I say, if you turn the power off, don't stress about it. It's not a problem. It does. Well done. You missed earlier when I was like, I asked what people wanted to learn. I was like, well, no one said where's the on-off button. It is on the back. It's right next to the power inlet. It's the very bottom right thing. It's a little pushy in-y out button. They sort of, it's small enough that it's not easy to push, but if you grab the whole console and like feel around, you can push it by accident. But it's quite nicely labelled on off just there. So that broadly, I hope, is a good overview of where we find all the things on the console, how we would go from walking in on a Sunday morning to having a good Sunday, how we might save that and keep it for next time, and how we might, when we have some time, have a look through some of the more advanced features of the console, and start moving things around, operating them in a way that's a bit more helpful for us and makes us a bit more efficient. That is about all I will say, but please ask questions if you have questions. Oh, great answer. Yes, I answered that question earlier, but not everyone was here. Yes, the question was earlier, why is this button flashing? So it's a soft button, so if we want to find out what it's doing, we come setup, we come surface, and we do soft controls, right? So it was soft button 8, and I'll just reset it up. It was tap tempo. I just do apply. No, hold on. For effects, 4, apply. No, is it 3? It was definitely 3. There we go. Now it's flashing again. Well done. So that currently is set to be a tap tempo button for the delay processor in the console. So as well as reverbs, we have delays. For anyone that doesn't know what that sounds like, let me do this. So I happen to know, but I can check, the delay is in effects 3. So I'm going to pick the effects 3 send. I'm going to turn vocal 2 up in it. And I'm just going to turn the return up a little bit so it's a bit louder. We can hear there's a delay going. If we tap this slower, the repeats slow down. If we speed it up, the repeats get quicker. That's it. Simple delay units. Any electric guitar player is probably your closest resident expert on a delay unit because we use them all the time. It's a handy kind of tool sometimes. You know, you'll find it a lot being used in contemporary pop music. Certainly some contemporary worship does use it. It's a bit of a great power, great responsibility tool again, because what it also does in the same way reverb is it does mask intelligibility. So sometimes people get over keen with delay and suddenly you can't then hear the words. If you don't want it to flash because you don't want it to be there anymore, again, we come into surface and we can tell that button, please do nothing, unassign, then it goes away. Obviously, if you're using a tap tempo, you need it flashing so you know if it's in time or not.
This might be less a desk question and more of a speaker question, I don't know, but when I'm leading the service, we sit in those chairs right on the stage. It's when I'm listening to the preacher, it's really hard to hear. I mean, obviously that's because I'm behind the speaker, but obviously I don't have in-ears like the band. Is there anything you would suggest? I guess it's the intelligibility. It's not good.
Yeah.
And you're trying to think of what you're going to say afterwards, and you're like,
why do you have a pad if you want one so you can plug in?
But then is it weird if I'm wearing headphones?
Why don't you not sit on the stage?
Yeah.
I've tried that.
The other... we used to.
You can't play on your phone on Facebook if you sit on stage.
I know, right?
This is a problem.
We used to have a little speaker
Yeah.
that was sat there for exactly that reason. I don't know why. I think we lost it when the array was put.
Right. I mean, that's the other option. Yeah, you could just put a little speaker, run it on an aux send, and just send like the speaking mics to it. You know, if it was little and close, then it's not going to have a huge amount of effect. Yeah, you know, and use it in the near field. Yeah, so there's no reason you can't do that.
Do you use that? Do you turn a desk on first, the amplifier?
So, in an ideal world, you would turn the desk on first and then turn the amplifiers on. and then you would turn the amplifiers off, and then the desk off. We've all, I assume, heard it go bang when we turn the desk on and the amps are already on. It's one of those things where it is unlikely that that's going to kill anything, but one time in 1,000, it might. And the problem is, how many times you turn the desk on and off, eventually you'll get to 1,000 times, right? So yeah, best practice, desk on, amps off, desk off. That's convenient because I tend to always come here and put my bag down first, turn on, go down that end. Ideally, yeah, if I was to reboot it right now, it will probably go pop. Yeah, ideally you would, but I mean, obviously it depends. How long would I leave it? Just so after turning the amps off, literally as soon as you want, because the amps will die almost instantly. Yeah, literally, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, literally a second or two is fine. Yeah, the amps do die basically instantly. And if the desk is gonna go pop, it's gonna do it as soon as you turn it on. There's no delay because it's effectively it's spare current being shunted to ground. And the same plugging in instruments when the channel's not used? Yeah, right. It's bad practice, chiefly because it's flipping unpleasant, right? Well, you know, if the channels are open and someone plugs their bass guitar and boom, you know, it's like, okay, great. I find that unpleasant, and also, if anyone's got their in-ears in, that's really unpleasant. So, yeah, generally I will make sure, and I say, part of that line check process, I will make sure everything is muted and down until I'm sure there's some signal there, because I can see it flashing, and then I'll open it up.
So people need to unplug on stage, they need to be aware that they're going to got people's ears unless they tell them they're going to.
Yeah, exactly right. So I would say, like, acoustic guitarists are the classic culprits of this, right? You know, they finish, oh, right, last song, bang! Like, everyone does it, I've been that guy, everyone's been that guy, right? For me, just a thing of you know, grab the engineer's attention, all right, an engineer, mute, yes, good, go. Again, it just saves everyone's ears a little bit. You know, you never know, especially when, you know, if you're coming in a Sunday morning, you know, someone's got here early to work on some stuff, they might just have their in-ears in, and then, you know, it's not a great way to start the day, is it? In my opinion. I've heard it described in slightly less polite terms before.
Can you demonstrate how to switch Phantom on and off?
Oh, yes. That's a great shout. We didn't talk about that. So Phantom Power.
Into the headphones.
Nah, straight to the musician. It's what you do with guitar players that are too loud. So Phantom Power is, as it rightly says, it's where we send some power up the cable to the device on the end of it, right? This matters in the case of some microphones, condenser microphones generally, and often DI boxes, although not all of them. Generally, a device will tell you it requires Phantom. It will say Phantom or plus 48 or P48 or something like that. It's the sort of thing where chances are, most of the time, any mic you have that needs Phantom will have Phantom on it by default. Any mic you don't probably won't, but should you need to, I'm just going to come to here because it's got a mic plugged in it. So we've selected the channel. We decided the handheld one channel needs Phantom. It doesn't, but it can do for today. What we want to do is we want to come up here on the top of the screen. It's one of the things there aren't a button for, and just click on the gain knob. This is the gain knob if I just wiggle. We can wiggle the gain knob and it brings up, or we can just click on it. Same difference. And then this is going to tell us some info, like how much gain it's got, that sort of thing. This button here, 48 volts, you can see it's sort of reddish. If we push that, nothing will happen. That's because they think that Phantom is dangerous. It's kind of not really these days. If we push and hold it, it comes lit up, and suddenly we have Phantom Power on the end of that channel. Push and hold it to take it away again. It even says hold there, because I usually forget that, so it's very nice of them to do that. There's other things in here. There's pads available if you really are way too over gain and it just won't go down enough. There's input delay. I'd be very surprised if you ever use that.
So the DI box for the acoustic needs Phantom, but it says 48 volts, and if it's It's not on the red light, it's not on. So
We need to go through those dialogues instead of time management. But
I think that's a ban thing.
yeah.
Yeah, we need to figure out which DI boxes actually work.
I'd say use my ones. If they work.
Yeah. Drum overhead's probably the only other major thing, I think, with the Phantom you've got on that stage.
So, not all the others are being Phantom?
No, there are 2.5 different topologies of DI box, just to make it really hard. There are passive ones, they have a transformer in, they don't need power. There are active ones, they use a opto-ISO balancing circuit that does require power because it's done with componentry. And then there's the awkward kind that are powered somehow else. So like, for instance, your bass DI, the Sounds amp, that is powered by a pedal power supply. So although it is an electronic balancing device, it's actually using that power supply. But generally most devices will tell you if they need it. Exactly that, yeah. If you have a DI and you're powering it on a Phantom, yeah. Some DIs give you the ability to use 9-volt batteries in case you're with this hilarious like desk from 1943 that doesn't have Phantom. But honestly, like, I don't know why they do that. Every desk in the world has Phantom. Even that tiny little Behringer thing there has Phantom. Like, you know, it's just one of those legacy things. Yeah, it's worth pointing out actually. It's worth pointing out as a small aside. 3-pin XLR. If you lose one of the pins on an XLR, some signal will still pass down it, but Phantom will not pass down it. And so if you ever get an issue where like a DI or something won't work, and you think, oh, I've sent Phantom, it all seems fine, put something like an SM58 that doesn't require Phantom on the same line and see if you get some signal. If you do, the cable's probably missing one of the 3 pins. That's a niche pro tip. That has saved me. Yeah, that has saved me so many times. It's a really useful little tip. Did you have one?
I was just going to say, if there's no more questions, we also have the stage box and the pads. Does anyone need to know anything about those whilst we've got Dave with us? What are the
Should we all walk down this end and have a look? Because some of us will have used these ME1s before, some of us won't. I'll tell you what the things in the rack are, and then we'll all have just a quick look at the monitor pads. I like making people stand up during training. I don't know if you've worked that out. So this is all pretty self-explanatory in what we've got, but obviously the bottom part here is your stage box, your GX4816, and so this is giving you 48 inputs into the system and 16 outputs. They really are that self-explanatory. You patch them through that I/O window on the console, but obviously just worth pointing out, if this isn't on, you get no inputs from stage. It's like the first thing to check. This GX link, that's the Cat5 that's going back to the desk, right? Again, same thing. If you're not seeing some activity lights here, it's probably been unplugged one end or the other. Other thing you have up here, this switch is distributing the signal to all the monitor mixers here, and so this purple cable links it down to here, and that's where it comes out. And obviously these all go off to your monitors on stage. So any issues here, just worth coming and checking any issues with these. Just check they're all patched up nicely. It really is simple. There are no configuration options on these. There is a wee little on-off switch just hidden down there, and obviously these are just IECs. So if that gets the boot, it will fall out. So if you can't get any inputs at all from stage, worth just having a little look there and checking that's all that. But say they're really easy. They do just tend to work. So the monitor, the ME1s, I'll spin this one round for now. These are really fabulous bits of kit, and they are relatively simple. Things it's worth pointing out. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Where are we? Is that? I don't know if that'll be tall enough. Well, that's all right. Yeah, that'll do. Some things it's worth pointing out on these. Obviously, they have to have the Cat5 cable coming from the switch. It does need to be in this one that says link in, because we're powering them down the Cat5 as well. It's done with this PoE. If it's in the other hole, it won't work. Headphones obviously out on the back. There's 3.5mm and 1/4 inch, or 6.35mm. So you can do either if you do have an adapter, don't have an adapter. Most important thing, master volume control. If that is all the way down, no audio comes out of it. Sounds really stupid, but the amount of bands and musicians that go, oh, I can't hear anything, and they've just got this turned down. So then we start working with these 16 groups here. Now you guys will have these set up in a way that makes sense, but the easiest way to find out what's on a group is we push the button. So if I push 1, we can see that this is the drums group. This knob here is giving us level, right? So turning all the drums up and down just for us in this one pad. Now, that's nice and easy. We can go through, we can start building a mix, we can say bass, more bass, less bass. Now what you'll notice here is there's a difference between this and this. This bass is just a single channel, that's just the bass. This drums as a group. The clue is we have pan on here, whereas we don't in here. Obviously pan, we mean the ability to be left or right. If we're in the centre, like we are here, that will be dead centre in our ears. If we want to pan this bass guitar, we just follow the instructions here, pan, push. We push this encoder in, and suddenly this encoder, is it? Sorry. I'm going to try and do this upside down as well. We push and hold the encoder, and you can see there, that pan's turning left and right. If we let go, we're back to level. Push and hold. I wish they'd said push and hold, but it is push and hold.
So is this for what the in is?
Yeah, so this is per musician control.
So the musician can choose what they have in their in ears.
Exactly that.
Than the person at the desk.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout to these saying, hey, what do you want? And he's saying, I want this. And
Yeah.
no
So the nice thing about this is it gives the musicians infinite capacity to faff, which is nice, less nice, depending on how quickly they do it. But the great thing is it means we don't, as the sound engineer, we don't have to care about what they can hear. They can just do it themselves. Sometimes they get confused, oh, I can't hear this. As long as it's coming in, it's got healthy gain, you've been through that line check process, their problem.
And it's unmuted.
And it's unmuted. Exactly that, yeah. If everyone in the band says they can't hear it, you've probably got a problem. If one person says they can't hear it, it's probably a self issue. So this bass was a channel, and we could see that. Now what's interesting is this drums here. This doesn't have a pan, that's because it's a group, and you can see, as we come to group, the group light is lit. If we press group, it unfolds all the things that are in that group. So generally, we probably want more drums, less drums as we're going through, but maybe whilst we're line checking, we think, I really want more snare, or I really want more kick. If we press group, we then have the ability to come down. We can scroll down this list and see everything that's in the group, push the encoder in, level control, we can see the levels going up and down there. Push once more, push and hold, and we get pan. So you have to have it highlighted. The pan thing's a bit confusing because you push and it highlights and that's level, and then push and hold whilst it's highlighted for pan. The good news is you tend to only do things like pan once, at the start of the, during line check. Again, great reason to do line check, gives the musicians time to do stuff like this. But so you can set all the things within that group, we press group again, it folds up, and we're back to just having a master level for drums. Things that are worth being aware of more than anything, we have the ability to push solo, and that's going to solo the drums in our mix. So just drums, nothing else. It can be quite useful if we're trying to dial in, everyone's just sort of messing around making noise, and I really want to hear my own keyboards. I can find my own keyboards and I can press solo. The other thing we can do is mute. So if for some reason we just want to quickly kill the keys without turning them down, because we want to retrieve the same level, we can just press mute and they've gone away. And you can see there, that flashes in the background just to tell you there's something going on there. Come back to it, it's obvious it's muted. That is really the bones of what you can do with these. You can do some storing and saving on them. You can go recall, and you can push one. So we can see here there are scenes stored in 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if I store this to scene 16, preset is blank, 16. That's it. So, oh, I did recall, not store, didn't I? What a melon, that's why. So you can see up here, see in little letters says store. I do shift, store. It says press key, 16. It tells you on the screen, press again to store, boom, done. So now, if I do recall, push and hold, and I do 16, would you like to recall, press again to recall, that's it. So it's quite useful if you play a lot, you can set up kind of what's roughly you like and store it. Now obviously it changes slightly because different players, and obviously if anything changes the desk it will change a bit, but it gives you a good start.
Does it store it in just this panel?
It does, yeah, just in the one, yeah. There's not really an easy way of moving them, moving files between. It's one of the arguments I have with Alan Heath quite often. The only other thing I always mention on these is they have this, this little thing called a local mic. This little here is a little wee mic, and you can turn it up and you can turn it down. They don't sound amazing because they are a tiny little mic that belongs in a mobile phone. However, where they are really useful is when you're trying to have a chat and, like, for instance, someone's trying to say something, like a keyboard player, if they don't have a mic, so they can't talk into it, if you turn up your local mic, it just puts that mic in your ears. It's quite useful for having a conversation on stage without having to take your ears out.
Everyone's local mic.
No, only yours. So your little mic. So it's effectively like taking an ear out, but it means you don't have to then faff.
Sorry, so when he's talking, he's picking up in here.
Exactly, yeah, and so they're not perfect. Where they don't sound very good is if you have them turned on a lot whilst the band are playing and whatever, because they just tend to get a bit overloaded with mush. But where I think they are really useful is where you you just want to have a conversation, or someone comes up and whatever, you can just open that up.
They are currently muted on your pad, so you'd have to go in and unmute them if you wanted to use them, but you find that's the best default setting.
Yeah,
otherwise it's like, ooh, why can I hear this person when I turn it off?
Yeah. Worth pointing out, in the master section, there is a little bit of EQ available. You can enjoy yourselves with these. You can go through and decide you want to, yeah. I wouldn't, but it is available. The menu structure, you go shift and menu. So most of this stuff is not stuff you're going to need to touch very often, but this is how you would go through and change which items are on which keys, building groups. You could get into system setup and change a bunch of stuff, factory reset them, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. So that mic mute there. If you turn that off, this mic now works. Turn it on, it doesn't. As I say, I don't think they sound very good, so generally they're often best left off. But that's it. Worth pointing out, you can do shift and standby on these things, and they stop passing audio and go blank and do this. I don't know why anyone ever does that, to be honest. Shift and standby takes them out. But if you see it and it's in this like dark state and nothing does anything, you just need to go shift standby, it comes back. That's it. So they are devilishly simple, but they're really, really powerful once you start realising you can open up these groups and start kind of modifying what you get there. You do have, although you only have 16 keys, you do have every single channel that's on the desk in front of you. So you can start really dialing in, I like more bass drum, I like less snare drum, you know, that sort of thing. I really want the lead vocal, but I don't really want the backing vocals because I don't think she's much good. You can start doing that for yourself. So hugely, hugely powerful system, chiefly let down by people doing silly things like leaving the master volume shut. But yeah.
Does it have an on button?
It doesn't. It comes on as soon as you plug power in, because they are just PoE. So if I just...
So in general, is the power not plugged in?
In general, it's switched off at the Wolverton.
Right.
Yeah, so that power comes from this network switch. So if you turn this whole rack off, these will turn off. But that's it. There you go. Just came straight up where it was left. As simple as that, really.
One thing we could talk about in terms of building a mix was where the PDs sit and
Yes.
Anyone apart from me got a question?
Yeah, for me, it's one of those aesthetic decisions, right? As long as they're adding something nice and they're not distracting from something else, then go for it, right? A bit
It's
of
like your two sets of keys, isn't it? You can kind of
yeah, exactly, right. And obviously a bit of taste at times. If you've got 3 vocals and one of them is singing quite out of tune, I would probably make a tasteful decision to reduce the level. But yeah, I mean, you know, we know that in the same way a guitar player playing a nice complementary line, backing vocal singing a nice harmony can give us musical interest and elevate our overall sound. Obviously, it's important that our backing vocalist isn't louder than our lead vocalist for 2 reasons. One is the harmony's all wrong if you do that, and 2 is they're probably not leading, they're following. So we want our leader to be the kind of primary voice. But
if one of the backers is leading a song, do they tell the sound?
100% that is a thing that should happen. 100% that is a thing that does not usually happen. Yeah, for sure. I have been caught out on like national church conferences before by that sort of thing happening in front of tens of thousands of people. And it's like, whoa, okay, that's new. You know, as with all this stuff, the more information you can share, the better. You know, oh, the electric guitar plays a solo in this song, or you know, we're going to do, I know we normally do that as a massive song, we're going to do it as a reflective song. Any information you can share between the two, you know, between the team is helpful. Whether that's a text in the week, or it's on Church Suite, or it's a scribble on a set list, or even it's just having a conversation beforehand.
Quickly chatting to Liz about possibly setting up Slack groups for church services, so one for each service.
Yeah, there's a service ops one, isn't there, that's for stuff that's going on in the service. I've been told off for using several times to ask things about services that are coming.
It's an idea that I've mooted with Liz. Maybe it's useful for everybody involved in the 9 o'clock on Sunday to be able to see a Slack channel.
Yeah.
And then we'll put the songs in, we can put any notes in, you know, we can talk to musicians as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So that's something that hopefully we'll see some comms on.
I mean, even if it's just a heads up on how many musicians we've got on the service, things like that, it doesn't always say who they are and what they're playing. It doesn't always say on the
names come up and actually, what do they do?
Yes.
What do they do?
I'm not coming as that person.
I've got code selecting now.
Yeah.
I need to go.
Any more for any more?
Thank you so much.
Amazing. No, my pleasure. One thing I always say to encourage teams is you are a team. Don't forget that. You might have sat through today and taken 3 things in. The person to your left and right will have sat through today and taken some different things in and might not know the thing you know. So always remember you're a team. If you can't remember how to do something, ask someone else. They might well have taken it in, or they might have found it on another Sunday. Don't go away from today thinking, oh my gosh, it's really complicated, I will never understand how to do this. Think, we will understand how to do this together, right? That's the best advantage you have. You're a team, right? And I say this to all my teams and every church I go to. I'm like, you're a team, so act like a team. Remember that, you know, you can help each other out. You can share the knowledge. And it might be that someone now decides that they want to read the manual front to back and will know where the buttons are better than I do. Dip into that person. It might be that someone's great at EQing stuff. Dip into each other. You know, I really encourage you to do that. I think that's the most powerful thing you guys have.
Manual's actually very good. So I would
It is.
encourage people to download
Yeah.
it from the website.
And there is
Don't
some.
let the band members read the manual. That would be ridiculous.
That's great.
Come up and think they know stuff.
Yeah. There's some great content on YouTube as well.
Is the manual as good as the manual for the old decks?
Oh, it's better.
Better?
Yeah, it's understandable.
It's been written in this century. It's a good start. Yeah, no, I say there's also a bunch of really great content on YouTube for SQ series desks and stuff as well. So there's definitely information out there that you can get hold of. But thank you for listening, for being engaged, and good luck tomorrow. I will make sure it goes back how I found it.
And these just body up to the
channels.
Yeah, they're literally just straight copper links through.